very brief introduction. Out of nothing comes nothing. Before reading this book, or listening to the audio of the notes from the end of the game, Deconstructing the Portals to the Absolute, it is more than highly recommended that you watch and listen to the YouTube Portals to the Absolute. Since the early 1970s, a trajectory has appeared leading up to what could or might be this final book and YouTube. The trajectory ends here as there is no more to say or point to, as words and their meanings dissolve and evaporate. As this final YouTube is released, all that is heard, or that is about to be seen, read, or heard, is non-existent. Shankara. Whatever you're seeking is not it. I am that on which all that appears to appear appears. Question: how does this relate to science and consciousness and awareness, or does it relate to science at all? All experiences are phenomenological in nature. All experiences require an I there to know, observe, witness, etc. Consciousness and awareness, like any element on the periodic table, are phenomenological experiences, which are dependent upon an I to view or a knower to know what they are, or even that they are. Everything is made of consciousness. However, consciousness and awareness are subtle forms of the illusion, or better said, are what the illusion is made of. There can be no way to measure consciousness or awareness because both and everything is a byproduct of consciousness and awareness. This is why nobody has ever discovered the source of consciousness or what consciousness is, because all knowers, beings, people, etc. are abstractions of consciousness, which means they cannot know consciousness. In fact, all you can know is your projections onto consciousness, and projecting what, why, how, when, where consciousness or awareness is appearing. Consciousness and awareness cannot be measured, and it does not have any source or point of origination, because the concept of source exists only within or as part of the dream or illusion. Consciousness and awareness are both elemental in nature and appearance, and are perceiver or knower dependent, and therefore are part of the illusion, and have nothing whatsoever to do with who you are. Question: I have been doing self-inquiry, the who am I, for years. Appearances disappear, but yet everything keeps reappearing. Why? There are two levels of who am I. The first level is to erase the appearance. However, the deepest level is, to what appearance does the appearance that appears appear to appear to? I'll repeat it. To what appearance does the appearance that appears appear to appear to? Question: there seems to be this ongoing discussion about being done, and you are never done. Can you speak to that? There is definitely confusion around the end and being done, because people believe the end or being done means there will be no more insights, experiences, and understandings, etc. All insights, experiences, and understandings, etc. are occurring and are appearances, insights, understandings, experiences. Shifts in consciousness are all phenomenological in nature, and therefore have no cause, reason, or source point. Baba Prakashananda, if I tell you my experience, I'll think I had it. Experiences are ego. Here we are defining ego as taking blame or praise for that which you had nothing to do with, because the awry arises after the action and event already occur. Part of the problem is that when experience appears, we have a conditioned cultural response which encompasses judgments, evaluation, and significance, which is placed on an appearance. This leads to preference of one appearance over another. Simply stated, you could say that all insights, experiences, or understandings, shifts in consciousness, etc., are part of the illusion. Anything you can know or know about, you cannot be. Therefore, discard it. Nisargadattovi Maharádžovi. I would take it even further. Anything you can experience or understand cannot be you. Therefore, discard it. Maharaj was playing the long, big game, realization of who you are as the Absolute. He never spoke about life, health, being happy, getting more of what you wanted, or even the experience of consciousness, awareness, or non-duality. Even the experience of being is an appearance. And even observing or witnessing is an appearance. Since you can experience or know about the witness, the observer, or consciousness, or awareness, therefore, discard them. The search for enlightenment or realization or who you are, as well as awakening, is an appearance which appears to appear within the dream. As a cautionary note, oftentimes the appearance of a portal, which is a state requiring a knower, is a phenomenological appearance. Any portal can mistakenly be confused as being the Absolute. All portals and spiritual paths are appearances and are experiences requiring an experiencer. Portals are appearances that are labels which carry with them an associational network of thoughts, memories, emotions, associations, etc. Portals appear to appear in the dream illusion. Eventually, the appearance of portals, as well as the appearance on which the portals appear to appear, which could be called or named the no-self self-identity, the no-position position, the no-point point of view, the vortex appearing on the ocean of existence, the witness, the beingness, they all evaporate. Prior to all appearances, prior to the Absolute, prior to I am that. The nameless Absolute, that which is prior to and without consciousness, awareness, knowingness, beingness, form or emptiness, the witness, in which can only be described as neither this nor that, or not this, not this. All that is heard, or that is about to be read, seen, or heard, is non-existent. Shankara. The 8 delusions of appearances and the no-self identity. Appearance. The traditional definition of appearance is coming into sight. The way we are using the term is that which appears to a perceiver, knower, awarer, witness, observer, a no-self identity, or a positionless position, or a no-point of view. For example, let's imagine an appearance called I love myself, or I hate myself. This thought appears to a perceiver, knower, awarer, witness, presence, observer, a no-self self-identity, a positionless position, or a no-point point of view, etc. Contained within the appearance are several components. 1. That the appearance that appears actually is and has an independent existence. 2. The appearance has the elements of energy, space, mass, time, distance, and location. 3. That the appearance that appears has a point of origin from which it appears or originated from. 4. That this anthropomorphically projected point of origin is oftentimes referred to as God or Source or some form of intelligence or a creator who has created or sourced the appearance. It could be noted that Danish existential philosopher Søren Kierkegaard called this a leap of faith. It could also be called a leap of an anthropomorphic projection. 5. That there is a reason or a purpose or a plan for the appearance to appear, i.e. a lesson or something you need to look at or learn from, a pattern you need to change or dissolve or deconstruct so you can be more, do more, have more, or create more. 6. That contained within the appearance, called I love myself or I hate myself, there resides an unquestioned hierarchy of binary experiences and words, whereby one word or experience is deemed higher and closer to God or Source than the other experience or word. For example, spiritual is higher than mundane, joy is higher than fear, and within the hierarchy are degrees of significance. For example, it's more significant to feel love than feel neutral. It's more significant to feel experience non-duality than duality, etc., etc., etc. All appearances are holographic in nature, and in this way, appearances contain implicit within it its opposite, i.e., love contains hate, fear contains fearless, non-duality contains duality. This interaction of the pairs of opposites, or polarities, is what holds the conceptual, linguistic, physical universe together. In Zen, there is a poking at and an attempt to deconstruct significance so that everything loses significance and is the same as everything else. This deconstructs the linguistic underpinnings of language, namely its binary, hierarchical nature. 7. Appearances are uncreated, uncaused, without a reason or purpose, and unborn. There is something behind an appearance is a delusion. In other words, the belief that the appearance actually is, and that there actually is something behind an appearance, is a delusion. In other words, the appearance actually represents something is a delusion. 8. That the appearance has some reason or logic for its appearance, and that if you figure that out or experience it in some way, it will disappear, and you will be in the desired stillness, peace, beingness, etc. Question. I've been doing self-inquiry, Ramana Maharshi's Who Am I, for years. Appearances disappear, but yet everything keeps reappearing, and I feel like I'm still a separate self, and I want to be in the non-dual state. First, there are 2 levels of who am I. The first level is to erase the appearance. However, the next deeper level is to whom does the appearance that appears appear to appear to. Then, who am I? The no-self identity, the appearance of a perceiver, awarer, knower, observer, witness, no self, the positionless position, the no point of view, the non-being being. These subtle identities oftentimes remain unnoticed because they appear in such a pleasant form, such as silence, a peaceful space, the space between two thoughts, the gap without thoughts, memories, emotions, associations. The silent space is the space between two thoughts, sometimes referred to as beingness or stillness or presence, or the I am. The state could be called a positionless position or a no point of view. This state is normally sought after, desired, and considered as a potential endpoint of meditation. Zen Buddhism refers to meditation as a stuck pointer. Please note that the stillness, etc., is a byproduct of the no self identity, and that the no self identity, aka a positionless position, aka a no point of view, are all part of the appearance. In this way, the appearance and the perceiver, knower, awarer, witness, observer, or a no self identity, positionless position, or a no point of view, etc., is part of the appearance. In other words, they arise and subside together. Moreover, the perceiver, knower, awarer, witness, observer, or no self identity, etc., is part of and fixated and fascinated on the something-nothing or appearance-disappearance game, to be discussed later. The truth of appearances are, there is nothing behind words, there is nothing behind appearances, and there is no logic or source behind appearances. Appearances have no place or point of origin, and they have no significance, and they have neither a purpose, nor an existence, nor non-existence. Why? Because they are appearances. Realizing this leads to the appreciation you can deconstruct appearances ad nauseum and still end up continuing to deconstruct appearances. In other words, there is no way out of the loop without the evaporation of the perceiver, knower, awarer, aka no self identity, etc., which is experienced as stillness, peacefulness, presence, or I am. It should be noted and emphasized that a true spiritual path must deconstruct itself. Appreciating this, not only does stillness, peace, quiet, and space need to be deconstructed, the no self identity, aka the positionless position, or no point of view, which appears as stillness or peace or an awarer, etc., must be discarded along with the negator. If not, we are all in the games beings play. Nisargadattovi Maharaj. The negator too must be discarded. Finally, feeling like a separate self or feeling like a non-dual self or non-dual are both states. There is the dual identity and a non-dual identity. The dual identity and a non-dual identity are states and are perceiver, knower, awarer dependent, and are appearances which have nothing to do with anything. The appearance of portals as traps. The illusioned appearances that appear to appear as a witness or a knower or an awarer, just to name a few, along with their primary functions. For example, the witness functions to witness. An awarer functions to be aware of. A knower functions to know about. A perceiver functions to perceive, etc. This witness or knower or awarer appears to appear along with all appearances, i.e. thoughts, memories, and even awareness, emptiness or stillness, etc. It is the appearance that appears to appear as a witness or a knower or an awarer, etc., which is part of the illusion. All of the appearances of the witness, knower, awarer, perceiver, observer, etc., are appearances, temporary, illusory, mirage-like appearances, which contains the illusion of stability, solidness, and permanency. This illusion functions to stabilize the illusory dream of existence, isness, and or beingness. Before we get too far into this, 3 things need to be noted. 1. The witness, awarer, knower, etc. are not separate from the appearance they are witnessing or aware of. The witness, knower, awarer appears to appear and has the illusion of being separate and a distance from a thought, memory, awareness, energy, etc. However, they are not separate, but one and the same. 2. The witness, knower, awarer, and a thought, etc. arise and subside together. 3. There is a different witness or knower or awarer or perceiver or observer that appears with each and every thought, memory, emotion, association, and all experiences. 4. Therefore, there are an infinite number of witnesses, or knowers, or awarers, or perceivers, or observers, etc., each appearing and disappearing simultaneously. It is imperative to realize that all of these appearances, i.e. the witness, awarer, knower, etc., and the appearance appearing with them, a thought, for example, is a temporary appearance and part of the illusion, dream, mirage. 5. You cannot separate the witness or knower or awarer, etc., from the appearance, thought, etc. 6. The awarer cannot be separated from the function of being aware, awaring, and the awared, that which the awarer is aware of. Even awareness is an awared known, requiring an awarer or knower to be aware of or know about awareness and label it. In other words, the witness witnesses, and that is all. An awarer has the function to be aware of, and that is all. Awareness or consciousness, knowing or being conscious or aware of awareness, or being conscious of consciousness or beingness, requires a consciousness-er to be conscious of what it is. Simply stated, the witness, knower, perceiver, awarer are appearances, temporary appearance, and illusion. The appearance that appears to appear as the witness, knower, aware, etc., and their primary function. 1. The witness function, that which witnesses an appearance. 2. The knower function, the knower, that which knows or knows about an appearance, i.e. thought, emptiness, etc. 3. The perceiver function, to perceive. The perceiver which perceives a thought or non-duality or even boundless energy. 4. The awarer function, the awarer which is aware of a secondary appearance like a thought, etc. This includes being aware of being aware. 5. The observer function, that which observes. 6. the consciousnesser. Function. The consciousnesser is conscious of an appearance like a thought, memory, or even consciousness. This includes being conscious of consciousness, which also is a temporary illusion. Other component appearances and their functions. 1. The understander. Function. The understander understands or does not understand an appearance. As an aside, spiritual understanding is an appearance. 2. The hearer. Function. The hearer hears the appearance. 3. The seer. Function. The seer sees the appearance. 4. The feeler. Function. The feeler feels the appearance. 5. The speaker. Function. The speaker speaks the appearance, commonly called self-talk in psychology land. 6. The thinker. Function. To give the illusion of a separate, independent thinker thinking. Please note again that all appearances contain a witness or a wearer or knower, etc., whether it be a thought, an experience, or a portal, which can and often does appear in a combination. For example, you might have a witness witnessing a thought, and a knower that knows it is a thought, and an awarer that is aware it is witnessing a thought. It is imperative to realize that the witness, knower, awarer, perceiver, etc., appears to appear, gives the illusion of being separate with a distance from a thought, memory, awareness, energy, etc. However, they are all temporary states. The witness, knower, awarer, perceiver, etc., and the appearance appearing with them, for example, a thought, is an appearance and part of the illusion, dream, mirage. Please note, there is a misunderstanding that awareness or consciousness is higher or superior or more spiritual to other portals, states, and functions. As you can see, this is coming from an identity and a point of view or a point of view from. As an aside, when asked at many workshops, how do you know if you are in an identity? I always answered, if you feel special or different from another, you are in an identity. Question. How do you know it's a portal and not just another state or station? A portal, although being an appearance, is along with the knower, awarer, consciousnesser, witness, etc., the deepest and last layers which appears to appear. Once a portal evaporates, along with its knower, there is only the absolute, prior to or without the identity, the absolute identity, which knows or knows about or experiences the absolute. In other words, as the absolute, there is no absolute. If the misnamed portal dissolves and there are other things to go through, then it was not a portal. I am not suggesting that nothing will ever come up, but rather they are more byproducts of portals. The appearances which appear are made of components of condensed or combinations of portals itself, to be discussed later. This is why religions are organized around portals. For example, Buddhists are organized around emptiness, space. Yogis are organized around consciousness or energy or Shakti. Other systems may be light or vibration or a deity, etc. All portals are appearances, states or stations, and contain within them a bullshit logic and made-up story which justifies their existence. Many religions are organized around the belief in the existence of a permanent state or portal that can be arrived at or achieved through religious or spiritual practice. All appearances give the illusion not only of their inherent existence, but also that there is something, call it God or intelligence or a source or a schema, with a plan or a logic and a label which justifies their existence and appearance on that which isn't. The appearance of portals are experiential appearances and are non-existent without an experiencer, perceiver, a knower, a wearer, witness, observer, etc., or even more subtle, a no-self self-identity, a no-point of view, a positionless position. All of these are appearances. All appearances of portals require a perceiver or knower or a wearer to engage in, get fascinated by, and fixated upon the appearance-disappearance, disappearance-appearance. The appearance of portals, like emptiness, consciousness, energy, awareness, light, or vibration, etc., are oftentimes not recognized as appearances, even though they come and go. All appearances of portals are dimensional or realm dependent. In other words, the appearance of a portal, like consciousness or vibration, might appear to be existent in one dimension or bubble, universe, or in one realm, but be non-existent and have nothing to do with another dimension, bubble, universe, or realm. The appearance of a portal can ultimately persist and become a trap for two reasons. First, because you actually never experience emptiness or consciousness or awareness or light or vibration or energy or abundant energy, but rather you experience a perception through an experiencer, perceiver, knower, awarer, witness, observer, or even more subtle, a no-self self-identity, a positionless position, or a no-point of view state, which all are appearances. The appearance of emptiness, consciousness, awareness, light, or energy, etc., are still appearances. Whenever you perceive something, you are perceiving it from one level lower. Lakshmanju, you actually never experience emptiness or consciousness or awareness or light or vibration or energy or boundless energy, but rather you experience your perception through a position in space-time of emptiness, consciousness, awareness, light, or energy. This is why noted quantum physicist John Wheeler referred to the observer as the participator, because the observer, or even the negator, is participating in the illusion of appearance-disappearance. This is why Maharaj said, the negator too must be discarded. This is why it is very easy to get seduced or hypnotized into believing in, nesting in, and organizing a spiritual world or a spiritual path or religion around the temporary appearance of a portal. Zen saying, if you fall in love with the path, you forget the destination. It could be said that each appearance of a portal, for example light, upon its appearance, if taken as it and the realization, might yield a temporary appearance termed an experience, that everything is a byproduct or made of light, ergo enlightenment. This seductive appearance carries with it pleasant but temporary side effects, which ultimately can act like a drug. For example, the appearance of light might carry with it the temporary appearance of bliss, which contains the illusion of a desirable, permanent, underlying state of bliss. Similarly, if there is an appearance of a portal labeled consciousness or awareness, you might experience the portal as everything is made of consciousness, nothing exists outside of consciousness, which could carry with it the illusory appearance and pleasant side effects which can act as a drug of non-duality, and might also contain the illusion there is such a thing as a permanent underlying state of non-duality, the operative word being state. If there is an appearance of the portal labeled a vibration, then everything might be experienced as a byproduct of and made of a vibration which could contain the appearance of drug-like, seductive side effects of vibrations and the illusion of a permanent, underlying state of fill in the blank. If there's an appearance of a portal labeled energy or boundless energy or Shakti, then contained within it might be the appearance and the seductive, pleasant, drug-like side effects which might be experienced as everything is a byproduct and made of energy or Shakti, which, anthropomorphically, could be taken to believe that the Shakti is guiding us. This could produce the appearance of certain side effects, maybe bliss, which might also contain the illusion, conclusion, delusion of a permanent underlying state of bliss. Beware of conclusions. All conclusions are delusions, including everything is consciousness or awareness, or is happening now. If there is the appearance of a portal labeled emptiness, then everything will be experienced as a byproduct of and made of emptiness, with the possible appearance of the pleasant, seductive side effects of silence, peace, or stillness, which might contain the illusion, conclusion, delusion of a permanent, underlying state of peace or stillness. The key thing to appreciate is that every appearance of a portal can potentially organize a religion whereby the state of the portal is central or the end point. Each appearance of a portal contains a knower identity or a witness identity which both knows and identifies with the portal's appearance. Every appearance of a portal state contains within it the appearance of a pleasant drug-like side effect, silence, peace, stillness, bliss, non-duality, etc., and all illusion, conclusions, delusions, which are appearances, and the I or knower dependent. Therefore, all appearances, counterintuitively, have no meaning, significance, reason for their appearance. There's no purpose or cause for them, no source or point of origin, and have nothing to do with anything. When a portal evaporates, along with its corresponding knower, perceiver, or wearer, positionless position, no self-identity, etc., or even witness, then it is like waking up from a dream, whereby the dream disappears upon awakening. This is the deepest level of awakening. Waking up when both the appearance, a portal, an emotion like fear or experience called love, and the knower, perceiver, or wearer, positionless position, no self-identity or witness, evaporate. In this way, the negator or realizer, also which is an appearance, evaporates. This is the end of the game. In this way, it is the appreciation that as long as there is an experiencer, perceiver, knower, awarer, witness, observer, or even more subtle, a no self-identity, a positionless position, state, or a no point of view appearance which views the portal, then an experiencer, perceiver, knower, aware, witness, observer, no self-identity, or a positionless position state, or a no-point of view appearance remains, it gives the illusion of being solidified and not just an appearance. Then, possibly along with the portal, a religion, a practice to attain the state, which is an appearance, or to make it permanent, like love or non-duality. As appearances solidify, a logic around the appearance, why it's there or not there, what it's teaching you, how to get or attain the appearance or deconstruct the appearance naturally appears as portals also solidify, which justifies the appearance's apparent existence. It is the seductive appearance of the combination of a pleasant state, bliss, non-duality, stillness, or oneness, just to name a few, along with imagining there is a reason for the appearance, lessons, which solidifies the illusion of a permanent being existing in a fixed location or a point of view from. This could be called the unbearable stuckness of being, or better said, the unbearable stuckness of believing that beingness or being or the state of beingness actually is, and you actually are. It is the delusion of being combined with the illusion that there is an underlying permanent constant state, a portal, which weaves together a very seductive trance. As an aside, trance is defined as, quote, a shrinking of the focus of attention, unquote. When encountering any appearance, there is an automatic shrinking of the focus of attention on the part of the experiencer, perceiver, knower, awarer, witness, observer, etc., which gives the appearance the illusion of beingness, isness, and existence. In this way, transcending can be appreciated as trance-ending. Again, and this is critical, all appearance of portals are dimensional dependent. In other words, an appearance of a portal, like consciousness or vibration or light, etc., might appear to be existent in our dimension or realm or universe or bubble universe or loka, but non-existent and have nothing to do with another dimension or bubble universe, realm, etc. This means for a portal to evaporate, the portal along with the experiencer, perceiver, knower, witness, observer, no self-identity, etc., must evaporate as bubble universe dependent. Once that occurs, the portal dissolves or evaporates. By the way, dimensions, universes, multiverses, parallel universes, and membranes, realms, lokas, and the space or hyperspace are all appearances. In other words, there are realms or dimensions where consciousness or awareness does not exist or apply. These dimensions or realms are still appearances within the mind. Question: I've been feeling very spiritual, unattached, and non-dual and indifferent toward the world. Can you say something about that? Being attached and interested in the world is a state of mind and is mistakenly labeled and judged worldly. Being unattached, neutral, and disinterested in the world, and even non-dual awareness, are temporary states of mind, labeled spiritual. Neither one of these states is spiritual or worldly. They are both states of mind and are appearances. And all appearances, especially that on which appearances appear to appear on, have absolutely nothing to do with who you are already. Or better said, all appearances have no logic, reason, or purpose, and have absolutely nothing to do with who you are already. Or better said, that which isn't. Question. I've been trying to practice forgiveness and compassion. Where does compassion, forgiveness fit into spiritual practice? In order to have forgiveness or compassion, one has to attribute qualities or characteristics and as a judgment, evaluation, or significance projected on an appearance. The appearance, as well as the appearance on which the appearance appears to appear on, have no rhyme or reason or any cause or purpose. In short, they are just that which isn't. Both pleasant and pain, life and death, and all experiences, characteristics, or attributes which appear through the vehicle of an appearance on which things appear to appear on. Therefore, the issue is twofold. One, attributing, and two, the appearance on which the appearance appears to appear on. As long as both of them, or even one of them, is operative, there'll always be the illusion of isness, beingness, or I amness. Isness, beingness, and I amness are appearances which appear to appear on an appearance which appears to appear. The absolute identity, that which knows or is aware of the absolute. The absolute identity, the belief that there is an experience or something beyond, without, or prior to, which is called the absolute, is part of an absolute identity. We could call this absolute identity appearance and say it contains a bullshit logic or logos, often presented as an unquestioned, a New Age metaphysics or religion, a New Age pop psychology. This logic or New Age pop psychology justifies its own and all appearances' apparent existence. These New Age metaphysical religions, New Age pop psychology, like the classic distortion, thoughts create reality. The logic or New Age psychology justifies its own explanations as to why appearances appear to appear. Prior to the appearance of the portal and its experiencer, perceiver, knower, awarer, witness, observer, positionless position, or a no-point point of view appearance, is the absolute, without any word, identity, or experiencer, or knowingness of the absolute, or of the absolute identity, that which knows or is aware of the absolute. This absolute, that which isn't, and is not experienceable, knowable, or beable, because it has no consciousness, and is not knowable, or beable, or even awareable, because there is no identity or experiencer to experience it, nor a vehicle of knowingness to know or know about it. There is no beingness to be it, no awareness to be aware of it, no consciousness to be conscious. And, as with all portals, they are appearances and are that which isn't. The absolute, prior to or without the absolute, or the absolute identity, is actually that which isn't. Ironically, the definition of Maya is that which isn't. Nisargadattovi Maharádžovi, in the absolute state, I do not even know that I am. Question. What are the portals, and what happens when the portals evaporate? The portal is what could or might be called mind stuff. If the portals evaporate, then what could be left is the absolute identity. The absolute identity is that which knows or is aware of the absolute. However, even the absolute identity is an appearance and part of the illusion. The absolute identity, metaphorically, is one step forward of the absolute. When the portals evaporate, along with the knower or awarer, witness or observer, including the absolute identity, and the no position, and the no local viewing evaporates. Then, question, other than the portals, are there other subtle states which go unnoticed, or is it all just a belief system, or an idea, or a model? Yes, it's all a model, a belief system, usually wedded to some form of religion or cultural conditioning. However, along with the portals, the next two subtle appearances are: 1, there is no such thing as a process or progress. A process implies a linear logic and a beginning, middle, and end point, as well as a cause and effect. Both cause and effect and a process that you go through to get there are appearances which appear to appear on an appearance. You are none of these. 2. Prior to the appearance of a linear process and a cause and effect is that subtle appearance on which the appearance appears to appear, and even source or appear on. You could call it presence, beingness, a knower, an awarer, a no-point of view, a witness or an observer, a no-self appearing on a no-state. This is the deepest teaching after Ramana Maharshi's Who Am I? Once the appearance, thought or state disappears upon investigation or inquiry, what is left is a presence, beingness, a knower or an awarer, a no-point of view, a witness or observer, a no-self appearing as a no-state. This is the most subtle state which might remain unseen if it is not pointed out. This almost always remains unquestioned because there is an assumption, or better said, an illusion, that I am, and that the presence, beingness, a knower, an awarer, a no-point of view, a witness or observer, a no-self appearing as a no-state, is always there, present and prior to the appearance. This leads to the delusion. Therefore, this must be who I am. The appearance on which the appearance appears to appear is an appearance and has nothing to do with anything. So in short, there is no you that you are, and how can there be a linear process and technique or path to become who you already are? Question: after I watched your YouTube on samskaras and false cores, they began to dissolve. I feel totally disoriented. Can you say what this disorientation is about? Neti is about peeling the onion. The deepest psychological layer is your psycho-emotional false core, false self samskaras. The next layer down are components which have to be there in order to even have samskaras, or for a false core to even appear in the physical universe. These components include, but are not limited to, the physics dimensions and forces, namely energy, space, mass, time, distance, and location, along with electromagnetics, gravity, and the strong and weak forces, along with the perceptual illusion of expansive, contractive forces, which can be likened to spanda. Beneath this are the portals: emptiness, vibration, consciousness, awareness, light, energy, shakti, overabundant energy, I amness, presence, silence, and beingness, etc. The portals lie at the deepest recesses of the mind, and represent the deepest level of mind. Recall in Yoga Land, you are not the mind, you are not the body, you are not the doer. The reason there is such a disorientation when a false core or samskara or its component parts, energy, space, mass, time, distance, and location, etc., evaporate is because when a portal evaporates, the nesting state or station dissolves, which is disorienting because the identity that you call yourself is organized around this portal, which acts like a fulcrum or the hub of a wheel of a bike. Once the hub dissolves, the spokes, identities, which holds the identities together, dissolve. Upon the disappearance of a fulcrum, hub, portal, like consciousness or awareness or light or vibration or emptiness, there is a massive disorientation because the identity you refer to as yourself no longer has a place to be or to land, and no longer is. This dissolution of a portal, which acts like a fulcrum or hub, leads to the evaporation of mind and all you are as an identity. This leads to the recognition of that which you are and always have been, the absolute, prior to or without the word or experience or even knowing of the absolute. This reveals the Zen koan. This is it. The absolute prior to or without the label or word or experience of the absolute through an identity is not knowable or awareable or beable, because there is no vehicle, i.e. knowingness or awareness or consciousness, to know it or be aware of it. Ending the big game without the portals, without the appearance-disappearance, without the no-self, self-identity, without the absolute identity. Question: in several of your YouTubes, you say that spirituality is a game. I hate that and love that at the same time. Can you say more? Most people get caught in the game of spirituality. Maharaj was into the big game, namely ending the game, which technically, if you are not careful, ending the game can become part of the game. It has to be noted that the perceiver or awarer, the no-self self-identity, the positionless position, the no-point of view, along with the fascination, fixation, appearance, keeps the game of appearance-disappearance going. Why? Because in the appearance-disappearance game, there is pleasure, bliss, happiness, love, peace, stillness, etc., that gets associated in the mind, as all states are states of mind, with something, nothing, and appearance, disappearance. This stillness, too, is an appearance and part of the appearance, disappearance game. Simply put, the perceiver or awarer, the no-self self-identity, the positionless position, the no-point of view, whatever you want to call it, gets fascinated and fixated upon whatever is appearing or disappearing. Appearances might bring bliss or piss. In either case, the game of getting the appearance to disappear carries with it pleasure. Thus, the game continues. Question: in your earlier YouTubes, you said that Nisargadattovi Maharaj referred to karma as meaning movement. I am lost because I thought there was such a thing as individual karma. Movement is a phenomenological appearance and an occurrence. Movement is formed through the apparent interaction of the forces and physical dimensions. Therefore, there is no movement prior to the appearance of the forces or the physical dimensions, which also are phenomenological in nature. Movement, i.e. karma, correct spelling is karm, K-A-R-M, is a phenomenological appearance. Nisargadattovi Maharádžovi said, quote, "There is no karma, movement, in the state of Parabrahman," unquote. This means that both movement and karma are both appearances, which if you follow and believe in, is like believing there is water in a mirage. As far as individual karma, there is none. The movement on a phenomenological level occurs prior to the formation of the identity you call you. As an aside, since the identity you call you arises after the action and event occur, ego could only be defined as taking praise or blame for something you had nothing to do with. Moreover, believing I am unworthy or worthless is as much ego as believing I am worthy. Traditionally, yoga has 8 limbs. Here are 6 other limbs. To appreciate this picture, a tree trunk and its limbs. As an aside, limbs appear linear but are not. In this way, the order of the limbs is not relevant. Limb 1. Getting or having the experience or perception of emptiness, consciousness, awareness, light, energy, boundless energy, vibration, the I am, beingness, presence, stillness, silence, etc. Limb 2. Realizing that you are not experiencing or perceiving the emptiness, consciousness, awareness, light, energy, boundless energy, vibration, the I am, beingness, presence, silence, stillness, etc. But rather you are experiencing a perception of emptiness, a perception of consciousness, a perception of awareness, a perception of light, a perception of energy, a perception of boundless energy, a perception of vibration, a perception of the I am, a perception of beingness, a perception of presence, a perception of silence, a perception of stillness, etc. Limb 3. Emptiness, consciousness, awareness, light, energy, boundless energy, vibration, the I am, beingness, presence, silence, stillness, etc. appear in the dimension and are applicable only in this dimension and are not necessarily part of any other dimension or bubble universe. Limb number 4. Emptiness, consciousness, awareness, light, energy, boundless energy, vibration, the I am, beingness, presence, silence, stillness, etc. are appearances within the dream and are all part of the illusion. Limb 5. The knower of the emptiness, the knower of the consciousness, the knower of awareness, the knower of light, the knower of energy, the knower of boundless energy, the knower of vibration, the knower of the I am, the knower of beingness, the knower of presence, the knower of silence, the knower of stillness, etc., the awarer of emptiness, consciousness, awareness, light, vibration, the I am, beingness, presence, stillness, etc., the perceiver of emptiness, consciousness, awareness, light, energy, boundless energy, vibration, the I am, beingness, presence, silence, stillness, etc., the witness of emptiness, consciousness, awareness, light, vibration, the I am, beingness, presence, stillness, etc., are perceptions, appearances. Limb 6. The perceiver and conceiver, knower, awarer, etc., in whatever form it appears, are appearances. There's no such thing as a knower, observer, awarer, or perceiver, and there's no such thing as a perceiver which perceives or a conceiver which conceives. The perceiver and the conceiver are appearances. Question: what are the most subtle identities or states or stations to see through other than the samskaras and portals? There are three. The first we could call the no-self identity, the positionless position, the no-point point of view, which are sometimes appearing as a vortex in the sea of existence. These subtle appearances could have side effects of peace or stillness. However, they are an identity. To illustrate, imagine an appearance, a thought, or an image. Notice that after the appearance dissolves, there is a formless identity on which the appearance appeared. That formless self may be mistaken to be the self, and as having a spiritual significance. Actually, this formless stillness is a station or a state. The inquiry question to ask at that point is, on what appearance does this appearance appear to appear on? Or, on what appearance or state does this appearance appear to appear on? Or, what appearance persists and appears to appear prior to this appearance and disappearance? This is a very subtle state because the side effects can be a pleasant stillness, silence, beingness, or quietness or happiness, or presence or just beingness. This formless, no state is what remains after an appearance disappearance. This formless, no self, can be a seductive illusion. However, the formless no self, where no position, where no point of view, or stillness, is an identity, and as such, as long as it remains operative, then appearances will continue to appear and disappear. The second state is distance. This formless self or presence reveals itself after a thought or feeling disappears. The illusion of distance, in other words, I am here, the thought is there, gives the illusion of distance from a me, the stillness or formless self. This distance is an illusion because there is no such thing as distance, and the formless self-identity and the thought appear and disappear together. Third, even more subtle, is there is actually no such thing as appearance or disappearance, or things appearing or disappearing. The apparent appearance and disappearance is perceiver, witness, observer, knower, awarer, dependent, and as such, it can evaporate or dissolve. The acid test for appearance is, if they are temporary, then they are appearances. Question: where did we come from? There is a deep illusion that we must be from somewhere or someplace originating in some linear time, which leads us to, we must have a reason or purpose for being here. This can appear along with the appearance of time and linearity, whereby the mind organizes into past, present, and future, and ergo, there must be a beginning point. There is no beginning point. We could say beginningless, or there is no such thing as beginning, or without a concept called beginning. As long as an identity is functioning, it leaves us with the sense of there must be a beginning. Rather, time is a linear metaphor which the brain and nervous system produces to organize perceived chaos. A closer language would be, there is no such thing as beginning, and there's no such thing as end, or prior to the word beginning or end, is there such a thing as beginning or end? Again, the problem with words is that they give the illusion that the thing they are representing actually exists. This is why the great philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein called it a language game and said that things exist in language only. Alfred Korzybski, the founder of general semantics, said, "The word is not the thing it represents." This can be likened to what is called in Sanskrit Matrika Shakti. Recalling that Baba Prakashananda said, Shakti is Maya. Words have a deep-seated illusion contained within them. Words give the illusion that the things they represent actually are, and words give the illusion that there is something behind words. You're not from anywhere. You are an appearance without a reason, logic, purpose, or source, unborn, uncreated. Both the awarer, knower, and consciousness, light, awareness, vibration, energy, or Shakti, and the identity you call yourself are appearances. Portals are part of the glue which holds this bubble bardo world or realm in place. Paraphrasing Nisargadattovi Maharádžovi, if it is perceivable or conceivable, it is not you. Therefore, discard it. Question: how did spiritual practices evolve and where did they come from? Every contributor to spiritual practices had experiences which appeared. These appearances, which if identified with become experiences, were written down and were made into dharnas, concentrations, or meditations, dhyana. For example, from the 6 yogas of Naro, visualize yourself as a shadow, or the Vijnana Bhairav, quote, have your skin boundaries as a wall, contemplate there is nothing substantial inside of it, unquote. These 2 meditations which appeared became, in quotes, my experience. It doesn't mean it will fit or appear into or for you, or would, could, or should be yours. These appearances were written down and systematized and became tools or practices used as preparation, or better said, to prepare the mind for its extinction. These appearances became commonly called spiritual practice, or in Sanskrit, sadhana. It should be noted that, like any spiritual practice, it has to be both natural and effortless and fit your trajectory. If it does, it will be effortless and feel natural. If it does not, it will take effort. To be clearer, if you're prescribed a meditation, like any of the hundreds from any tradition, and it takes effort or doesn't do much, it does not mean you are resisting or should do it more, or there is something wrong or impure about you. Rather, it means it doesn't fit for you and is not natural for you, and you should not be doing it. I was walking down the street in Los Angeles in the early 1980s after I'd returned from India. Suddenly what appeared was my heart was the heart of a, in quotes, enlightened being, in this case Baba Prakashananda, which I found out later was a practice. Again, if it requires effort, or if you have to work at it, to maintain it, to protect it, to get it, to build it up, or are afraid of losing it, it's not you. You cannot add or take away from that which you already are. A friend of mine went to see Maharaj. Maharaj said to him, quote, why do you come here? Unquote. He replied, quote, the Guru takes away my negativity and gives me back myself. Maharaj replied, there is nothing the Guru can take away or give you that you are not already. Question, On discussing each of the portals in your last YouTube, you repeat and emphasize that at the conclusion of each practice to always have the portal as the subject. Can you say something more about that? There has been great confusion within spiritual teachings that if you are realized, in quotes, you will not see the world, but rather you will only see consciousness or light, etc. This is actually not the case. However, if you are the consciousness, then you will first see the consciousness and then see the world. If your portal is light, you will first see the light, then the chair. Once all labels evaporate, then the chair really loses meaning, as does any thought or feeling. And then with the portal as subject, there is the consciousness or light or awareness first, and then the thought. By putting your attention and being the consciousness as the subject, the appearance as a trajectory evaporates. The yoga of the absolute, the appearance of a perceiver identity and the perceived names and labels, nama, and form or solidness, rupa. To what appearance does the perceiver perceived appearance appear to appear? To what appearance does the perceiver knower, which is an appearance, appear to appear? An illusion is defined as seeing, perceiving, and or experiencing something which is not there. Webster's dictionary defines illusion as something that looks or seems different from what it is, something that is false or not real, but that seems to be true or real. Other synonyms include mirage, dream, or an appearance, or a figment of imagination. As discussed in depth in DVD 1 of the I Am That I Am series by Neti Media, the brain and nervous system omits all the emptiness, leaving just 0.00054%. It could be said that the perception of this world is an illusion because you are perceiving 0.00054% of what is actually there. Ergo, what you're seeing is not there. Diving even deeper still, the brain and nervous system creates the illusion of wholeness and patterns where none exist. Kurt Kafka, the famous Gestalt psychologist of the 1930s, was incorrectly translated as, quote, "the whole is greater than the sum of the parts," unquote. Actually, the correct translation is, quote, "the whole is other than the sum of the parts," unquote. The Gestalt effect is the brain producing wholeness and unity and patterns instead of just simpler and unrelated particles, specks, or elements. In this way, Gestalt psychology, along with neuroscience, demonstrates that the brain and nervous system produce the illusion of wholeness, patterns, and connection. This includes the illusion of an independent, separate self appearance, which imagines it has an independent source or point of origin with an assumed location which yields the appearance of a conclusion. Beware of conclusions. The illusion that such a thing as a separate individual cause yielding a separate individual effect when there is no such thing as cause and effect. Nisargadattovi Maharádžovi, cause and effect are just a way of thinking about things. Putting all this together, it could be said that the Gestalt effect could be defined as perceiving a form or a solid rupa universe based on linear patterns that appear and give the illusion of cause and effect. This appearance does not exist prior to the brain and nervous system. Again, Nisargadattovi Maharaj, cause and effect are just a way of thinking about things. The Gestalt phenomena, along with neuroscience, produces the perception of both patterns as well as form or solidness, rupa, which does not exist prior to the brain's activity, and as such, solidness is a non-existent appearance. Contemplate. Is there a perceiver? And what if the perceiver is an appearance? And on what appearance does the perceiver appear to appear on? As an obvious aside, neti or neti is the approach which discards all names, labels, nama, and form, solidness, rupa. Problems appear to arise when the perceived is assumed to be true and real. But what if there is no perceiver or knower? And what if the perceiver or knower or witness is an appearance? And what if the brain's still silent space on which the appearance appears is a trajectory appearance? This translates as the knower, awarer, or witness are also appearances. Without a perceiver, a knower, or awarer, or stillness, or their side effects called presence, are you? 5 common traps. Spiritual trap. Assuming any state or experience or knowledge is it and is permanent. 1. Knowing or knowingness. Knowing, knowing about, or not knowing, or knowing about are all appearances. The trap lies in believing the automatic belief, if you know or know about something, then the knowledge must exist. And if you know or know about or understand something, then you will get something, like realization or enlightenment. Knowing or not knowing are both appearances. You can neither know nor know about that which neither is nor isn't. 2. The space or in-between space or bardo is an appearance. Likewise, the corresponding appearances and side effects like stillness, quiet, silence, peacefulness, or emptiness actually contains the seeds of thoughts, memories, emotions, associations. In short, everything the identity you call you or yourself imagines itself to be, but it is not. 3. The concept or experience of source is an appearance. There is neither a source nor a not source. A major trap is in believing something can originate or be source or produce something, or there is an original source or cause of causes or transcendental presence prior to the physical universe, which has a purpose, a plan, a logic, and intention for you. 4. Presence, I amness, or beingness are all appearances which give the illusion that what appears actually is, and that beingness or presence or I amness actually is. This is what gives power to words, the belief that there actually is something prior to or behind words. Quote, the unbearable stuckness of being. 5. Transference, countertransference is an appearance. This is an extraordinary complex issue which could be a YouTube unto itself. So very, very briefly, one of the most common appearances which can be a stuck point or state for students is transference. In this situation, transference can be spelled transference, because the students appear to go into a childlike or age-regressed trance or state whereby the student projects onto the teacher or guru. This can lead to magical mommy, ama, or magical daddy, baba, being projected onto the guru or teacher, imbuing them with superhuman qualities and attributes, like they know what I need, they are trying to teach me something, etc. For gurus or teachers, the most common appearance is a state of countertransference. In countertransference, which is also a trance, the teacher or guru falls into the trap that they are magical mommy or magical daddy. These two sides are holographic in nature and are linked and looped, i.e., you cannot even have one without the other, and therefore, like trances, feed into and reinforce one another. The student flows in age-regressed adulation, enabling the teacher, and the teacher becomes more and more addicted to the student's adulation and flows it back in what is perceived as love. The teacher's job is to move the student along and not to allow their personal desire to be worshipped, adored, or to build a business or spread the word, etc., to override the student's desire for liberation. By the teacher enabling the student's age regression for what becomes an addicted flow of attention from the student to the teacher, keeping both the student and the teacher or guru stuck in a spiritualized and an infantile trance. The teacher gets stuck because of their uncooked seeds in the student's adulation. In this way, the teacher gets stuck both being viewed as and treated as a deity, as well as addicted to the student's infantile flow, which the teacher mistakenly views as love and devotion. Question: you often speak of Nisargadattovi Maharaj as a teaching master. Can you really be specific as to the signs of a teaching master? Being or functioning as a teacher or guru is a huge undertaking. The teaching master, too, is an appearance. However, within the context of the appearance, a true guru and teaching master has certain discernible characteristics. 1. Never enabling and supporting age-regressed states. Bust the transference first. A person in an infantile state cannot even begin to receive the teaching. 2. Never keeping students who do not belong there around, or allowing students to stay on too long. 3. Never altering or dumbing down the teachings to draw in more people. 4. Never overestimating their teaching ability, and thereby the teacher can delude themselves into believing their own abilities to teach anyone. As an aside, one of the chief characteristics of narcissism is the inability to see your own limitations and the limitations of the system you are operating out of. For example, when you see workshop advertising saying, quote, "This is for everyone," unquote, or, quote, "This does or cures everything," unquote, etc. In short, making grandiose guarantees. 5. A teaching master has the ability to appreciate and understand, in quotes, diagnose, a student's capacity and ability and what they need next. Zen saying, quote, "The doctor first has to be able to diagnose the disease before they can give the medicine," unquote. 6. Misinformation, or enabling the student's delusions to solidify. Giving misinformation could last a lifetime. Question: how do you know which portal is yours, or if it fits for you? It's easier to discuss it through a process of elimination or negation or discarding. Ergo, neti neti or neti neti. If you have to work at it or on it, if you have to effort at it or effort to keep it, protect it, build it up, preserve it, develop it, maintain it, or obey certain rules or regulations to get it, or strive to cultivate it, or not waste it, or you believe you need to have or get more of it to get enlightened, or there are concepts and concerns that it will go away or you will lose it, then it's not yours. No effort is required. All experiences are temporary appearances and are not it. All experiences require an experiencer. You are neither the experiencer nor the experience. Nisargadattovi Maharádžovi. The experiencer is contained within the experience itself. Unquote. Baba Prakashananda. Spiritual experiences are ego. The portal which appears to appear as a deity. God and love as an appearance? To what appearance does this appearance appear to appear? Question: in your Advaita is Vedanta YouTube, you talk about some skaras. How do they relate to rays of the Absolute? From the absolute nothingness, light or consciousness or energy, etc., or one of the traditional portals appears to stream off of or out of the absolute nothingness or manifesting void. These trajectories before manifestation can appear like a ray, ergo, rays of the Absolute. Question: can you explain the process of installing the Guru, in your case, Avahut Nityananda, in the body? Hint 1, install the Guru. Part 2, ultimately the distance you imagine yourself to be in and the distance between the appearance or portal dissolves. Some clues for bhaktas. The appearance that appears to appear as God. Never ask for anything good or bad, just offer it up. Never try to change anything. Change is resistance. Baba Prakashananda, quote, good becoming, Sadgurunad Maharaj ki jai. Bad becoming, Sadgurunad Maharaj ki jai. Unquote. Even spiritual practice and teachings as an attitude can be offered up. As an aside, worshiping can be defined as focusing your attention, in this context, focusing attention on the guru or deity or a teacher. Deities are oftentimes depicted through perception as having some type of human form with human qualities and characteristics, which include human actions and reactions. This is anthropomorphic projection, which the brain and nervous system automatically does. Metaphorically, these deities, once the label evaporates or dissolves, are closer to quanta or energy packets or vibration or light or consciousness or emptiness, and have no human characteristics at all. Therefore, the more subtle form of the deity is quanta or energy packets or vibration or light or consciousness or emptiness. By seeing the deity in this way, the no self-identity dissolves the anthropomorphic projections, i.e., projecting human qualities, experiences, and characteristics onto that which is vibration or light or consciousness. This eliminates the potential for an age-regressed state of projecting magical mommy or daddy, Baba and Amma, onto a person. Question: what could you use to describe what consciousness or awareness or any portal is made of? Mind stuff. Once the portals, which are mind stuff, and the appearance on which the appearances appear, or the mind stuff appears to appear, evaporates, then meditate. Visualize the body as an energy packet, or as light, or as a vibration, or as emptiness, or as consciousness. 2. Then allow your skin boundaries and body to dissolve into and be the quanta or energy packets or vibration or light or consciousness or emptiness. 3. Then allow the outer world to dissolve or be the same substance as the quanta, or next, be the knower or observer or the awarer of the quanta or energy packets or vibration or light or consciousness or emptiness as the same substance. 5. Allow the label of energy, consciousness, or whatever portal to evaporate. 6. Notice you are left with the no-self self-identity, a formless knower, which Lakshmanju called the supreme perceiver. However, this too is a temporary state or station. Contemplate. Is there such a thing as consciousness prior to or without the label called consciousness? Is there such a thing as energy prior to or without the label called energy or Shakti? Is there such a thing as vibration prior to or without the label called vibration? Is there such a thing as awareness prior to or without the label called awareness? Notice the nothing which appears to be there. Contemplate. Is there such a thing as nothing prior to or without the word or label called nothing? Contemplate what, if anything, is left prior to or without the perceiver, knower, awarer, witness, no self-identity, etc. Question: in the last YouTube, you talk about Kundalini, the central channel, and the chakras, yet in one of your earlier DVDs by Neti Neti Media, you say chakras do not exist. This is confusing. The chakras in Kundalini are appearances. However, chakras within the dream can be likened to entry points or a vortex in the sea of existence, non-existence. Prior to existence, non-existence is I am that. Without, I am that. That's why, as preparation, it can be recommended to install the energy packets, light or vibration, etc., in each chakra, never losing sight that both the chakras, deity, energy packets, or Kundalini are descriptive representations of things which do not exist. Ultimately, the disintegration, evaporation of the central channel, which acts as a fulcrum and is an integral part of the portal of Kundalini Shakti. Question: what about love? Obviously, love could carry with it a lot of cultural programming and baggage, i.e., shoulds and shouldn'ts. However, even without the cultural programming, unconditional love can be a two-edged sword. Contemplate the paradox. Love connects the universe and holds the universe together, thus keeping it from collapsing, breaking apart, and dissolving. And now contemplate, love connects the universe and holds the universe together, thus keeping it from collapsing, breaking apart, and dissolving. Question: you seem to indicate there is no difference between spiritual and non-spiritual, or high and low. Can you explain this? The, in quotes, tell in any polarity system or binary system is that one term is deemed higher, more spiritual, closer to God or source than another. Be cautious of the interactions of the pairs of opposites. Words have three primary illusions. First illusion, that words actually are the things they represent. Second, because there is a word for something, therefore that something has to exist. 3. There is something like a source or a cause of causes behind these words and appearances, which have an intention, logic, or plan for you. The interaction of the pairs of opposites is dependent upon movement. Maharaj defined karma as movement. As an aside, movement is not technically a portal. Portals are states. Movement and its appearance appears to bring about states, or better said, movement is the means by which portals form states. For example, the movement of consciousness could or might form thoughts, etc. We could say that movement, karma, is primary to the formation of all appearances, even the knower, awarer, witness, etc., as well as the appearance which appears to appear with it. This is why there are some spiritual traditions which have recommended movement as a spiritual practice, with the possibility of an exhilarated ecstasy as its side effect. As far as polarity and movement, karma occurs as one side of a polarity or binary morphs into another, yielding preferences. The problem in all dualistic binary systems is that one term or label or experience is deemed better, higher, more spiritual than the other. Therefore, one term or experience is desired or preferred over the other. Zen Patriarch, quote, "The great way is easy, except for those that have preferences," unquote. The Bardo Yoga, emptiness and the void yoga. The appearance which appears to appear as the space, emptiness, stillness, now, peace, silence, or presence, or the in-between state known as Bardo. To what appearance does the appearance appear to appear? On what appearance does the appearance appear to appear? On what appearance does the appearance of space or silence or presence appear to or on? Contemplate, what is or is there such a thing as nothing or emptiness prior to or without the word or label nothing or emptiness? Hint, the real meaning of emptiness is without. Bardo is translated as in between. Any in-between state is a Bardo state. Any gap between states, any pause between states is called a Bardo. A silent period of rest in between any two periods of the dissimilar activities, the Vijnana Bhairav, which can be prolonged. For example, the space between two thoughts, the space between two breaths, the space between two states, the space between waking and sleeping, the space between dreaming and waking, the space between death and rebirth. This transitional in-between state contains a pause, which you could say that thoughts gap space, thought gap space, waking state gap space, deep sleep state gap space, life gap space, death are all continuum. It is the gap which is in the entry point by which you might realize and possibly recognize the manifesting void. The quiet stillness, the space between two thoughts called bardo, or in-between state, appears as and is the manifesting void. Within that space or field lies the subtle seeds which forms your thoughts, memory, emotions, associations, perceptions, and the physical universe, and all that is perceivable and conceivable. Historically, in both the Vijnana Bhairav and the 6 yogas of Naro, different meditations are designed around different types of in-between states. The bardo or field which appears and gives the illusion of always being there can be said is composed of subtle, in quotes, energy packets and or the appearance of vibratory resonance or seeds or uncooked seeds. In the state of sleep, i.e., the sleep yoga, just when you're about to wake up on the border of sleep and wakefulness, there is a subtle moment of mind. For a brief moment, the clear light of the mind appears. Ramana Maharshi discusses this in Hunting the Eye. It is not a physical light or a physical energy, but a subtle energy of mind referred to as the clear light. In the Vijnana Bhairav, the silent gap between thoughts or the pause between inhalation and exhalation all focus on periods of pause where the mind is at rest, the operative word being mind, because the silent pause or empty peace or beingness or I am is still a state of mind. That's why we could call it the unbearable stuckness of being, because being, along with consciousness, silence, and awareness, are all portals for that matter. Mistakenly, these intermediate peaceful silent gaps are presumed to be empty. However, these gaps contain the subtle seeds, or what we could say represent the field which becomes the thought and is made of the same substance as the thought. In this way, the bardo or space or silent peaceful gap or beingness or I am appears as a more subtle state of mind. One of the illusions is that the gap or empty peaceful silent space or beingness or I amness is mistakenly assumed to always be there, rather than appreciating that the bardo or gap or peaceful state of beingness is a temporary appearance. Ergo, quote, the unbearable stuckness of being, unquote. Neti neti is about discarding all names, labels, and forms and solidness, Sanskrit, nama and rupa, including the silent stillness or space between, or bardo gap or peaceful state of beingness, just as a station or a more subtle state of mind. In this way, thoughts and words, as well as the silence, stillness, emptiness, and or the manifesting void, and all portals are all states and are form, rupa, and are phenomenological appearances. Meditation involves placing attention and developing awareness. Please note that awareness is a state, and as such, it is a thorn to remove a thorn. This temporary station or state of awareness is used initially in the beginning phases of spiritual practice to differentiate thoughts or association from states, experiences of emptiness, or peaceful silent states of beingness, or I am, or presence, or bardo. Awareness itself is an appearance, and awareness also needs to be discarded, to be discussed later. Fortunately or unfortunately, the appearance of these temporary in-between states, as well as the undifferentiator, or as Maharaj called the negator, which are appearances, all need to be discarded. If this does not occur and states of awareness or emptiness or stillness, etc., are identified with, they become experiences which yield the illusion of a permanent experience or state which is mistakenly assumed to be you. This occurs because as a resting, nesting state, they are states which appears as peace, stillness, quiet, etc., are so pleasant. It is for this reason that it is so easy to get seduced into believing they are real, or it, or you, and then projecting on them such concepts as presence, or now, or being here now. Once that occurs, the space becomes spiritualized, and thus wanting and desiring these states and appearances and labeling them as spiritual, and imagining these states or appearances are either it or you, becomes, like in any binary system, preferred over thought. This is why they caution in Zen, meditation is a stuck pointer. The bardo, or manifesting void, or gap, or space, or silent space, and as the perceiver or conceiver between is an appearance state, which although silent and peaceful, has nothing to do with you, with a capital Y. In this way we could say both the meditator, as well as the state, gap, space, bardo, beingness, and even I am or presence, etc., and the object of meditation as well, perceivables and all conceivables, as well as the perceiver and conceiver, all appear out of and are made of the same substance as the space or bardo, which are appearances out of the manifesting void. As a very subtle aside, the manifesting void produces the perceiver and the perceived. The perceiver then not only assumes the perceived is real, but the perceiver also forms an interconnected loop with the perceived, as well as the manifesting space called beingness or void. This is why the perceiver, the perceived, and the manifesting space seem so real, as though the perceiver, the perceived, and the manifesting space actually has an independent existence. The problem is that not only must the perceived be dismantled as not this, but so too the manifesting void and the perceiver are appearances and need to evaporate. On to death, the dissolving process. As an aside, we can use the word dissolve or dissolving instead of death. This word more accurately depicts the process. In this way, rather than she or he is dying, instead, he or she is dissolving or dissolved, or rather than he or she died, instead, he or she dissolved, or he or she is dissolving. Embrace the appearance of death dissolving. In the bardo at death, dissolving, which is a big thing in Tibetan Buddhism, everything appears and disappears. But you are not the appearance as well as the manifesting void or bardo, on which or from which appearances appear to appear and appearances appear to disappear. As an aside, what keeps them stuck is the pleasure or fascination of the appearance-disappearance process. The gap, or space, or in between appearance and disappearance, is still bardo, and is in the mind. What remains unquestioned and unappreciated is the bardo too appears and disappears, and is also the mind. The mind too is condensed emptiness, or manifesting void. And the manifesting void is thinned out mind. In this way, we could say that all experiences, portals, perceivables and conceivables, as well as the perceiver, knower, awarer, etc., are appearances and are made of mind stuff. Basic yoga, you are not the mind. Meditation is a subtle mind exercise. This is why thoughts, etc., keep coming back and appearing after attention is no longer on the gap or bardo, or the restful silence or pause, because the bardo too is an appearance. Moreover, the attention and the attentioner are appearances out of the manifesting void, and are made of mind stuff. Mind stuff is the name for that which isn't. The manifesting void, the void yoga. Nisargadattovi Maharádžovi, quote, "In the beginning, there was nothing absolutely. On the nothing, the I am appeared, and one day it will disappear," unquote. To what appearance does that appearance appear to or on? To what appearance does the appearance of emptiness appear to or on? The Shurangama Sutra. Everything is emptiness, and form is condensed emptiness, unquote. The emptiness, which is condensed form, contains seeds which lead to the manifestation on the screen of something appearing as form or emptiness. Emptiness is thinned out form. Form is condensed emptiness. Who you are is prior to that which appears on the screen. The emptiness itself and the positionless position, the formless self, or the no-point point of view, sometimes experienced as a vortex or wave on the sea of existence. Nagarjuna, nothing arises, nothing subsides. There is no coming, there is no going. There is no such thing as similarities. There's no such thing as differences. There is no such thing as duality. There is no such thing as non-duality. Question: through meditation, I can go into a silent space between two thoughts, but thoughts always seem to come back. I was told that the space is always there. Is there anything after the space? The silent space between two thoughts is bardo, or manifesting void. It is not always there. Before we go further, the manifesting void, silent space or gap, is not permanent. It is temporary. The gap or silent space and the sense of beingness is an appearance. Ergo, the unbearable stuckness of being. The illusion that the thoughts, etc., appear on the space or stillness, and that the space or stillness is constant. The space or stillness is an experience, a subtle thought or state of mind, and the space contains the seeds of the thought in an unmanifested form. That is why the ultimate realization out of the Bardo Yoga is not that you are the silent space, but that the silent space is part of the illusion and eventually evaporates. In Bardo Yoga, you see into different bardos, or beyond the bardos to the consciousness or the void. If the space or the sense of beingness continues to be, we could also refer to it as positionless position, the formless self-identity, or the no-point point of view identity, sometimes experienced as a vortex or wave on the sea of existence. Or call it presence, stillness, beingness, or whatever. Then the process of interaction of the pairs of opposites, along with the witness, I am, etc., will continue to reproduce itself. In short, Bardo Yoga should ultimately lead to the dissolving and end of the Bardo gap, silence, or the experiential state of peace, rest, and even the state of beingness, or even I am. Nisargadattovi Maharaj, in the absolute state, I do not even know that I am. Contemplate. Distinguish between the manifesting space or manifesting void and the void which never manifests. Hint, the nothing prior to or without the word nothing. Meditate on the Bardo. 2. Meditate on the space between as temporary. 3. Meditate all beings, including the body of the deity, are appearances which appear in and is the same substance as the Bardo. 4. All we perceive ourselves to be, do, or have takes place within and is made of the same substance as the Bardo. 5. All we perceive ourselves to be, do, or have takes place within a bubble universe. 6. Meditate. The body is an appearance. Mu means without or absence. Mu is a way to describe that which isn't. Hint, emptiness means without. Reviewing, quote, form is none other than emptiness. Emptiness is none other than form. The Heart Sutra. Since emptiness is thinned out form, and form is condensed emptiness contained within the manifesting void or Bardo, are the field and the seeds which both form and inform. In other words, emptiness contains thinned out form as well as the essential nature of being and being empty. Appreciate that being as pure being can only know itself as peaceful, empty, stillness, or I am or beingness, if and only if there is knowingness and a knower. Without knowingness and the positionless position, the formless self-identity, or the no-point point of view identity, there is neither peace, emptiness, silence, or beingness. In short, knowingness and the silent space beingness, or any portal can, for that matter, become a pleasant trap or pleasant station, but eventually there is stuckness. Nisargadattovi Maharaj, quote, anything you can know or know about, you cannot be. Therefore, discard it. Unquote. Another way to say it is that the mind field is the emptiness. The seeds are and are in the field or blank stillness. The emptiness is and contains the seeds or uncooked seeds which spring into manifestation. Simply stated, the ground of the state of being with uncooked seeds reside in, and is the emptiness or Bardo, which is a state of mind. the Buddha, samsara is nirvana. Nirvana is samsara. Samsara, manifested seeds, is nirvana. Nirvana, unmanifested seeds, is samsara, manifested seeds. Both samsara and nirvana are temporary appearances within the bardo or manifesting void. Prior to or without a knower or perceiver or a manifesting void, there is neither the emptiness or form or seeds, and prior to the perceiver or knower, there is neither emptiness, form, or seeds. This is why both the Buddha said, "There is no world," and Nisargadattovi Maharádžovi said, "Nothing is." This is because they were both speaking about prior to the appearance of a perceiver perceived, or a bardo space, beingness or emptiness or manifesting void. Question: I'm stuck in the emptiness. How does one get out of that stuckness? Emptiness in the absolute context means without. The perceived emptiness is the manifesting void. The perceived or known emptiness is the appearance. Anything perceivable or conceivable or experienceable is an appearance and part of the illusion. The emptiness or silence or void is part of the illusion, as is the silent space between two thoughts or the silent space between two breaths is also part of the illusion. The perceiver or awarer is part of the illusion. There is no you that can get out of the emptiness because there is no you prior to the knower of the emptiness. Or, as the great existentialist Jim Morrison said, nobody gets out of here alive. It is by focusing on the emptiness that keeps the emptiness there, because the emptiness and the perceiver of the emptiness are one and the same. Who you are is beyond or prior to or without both, and is without the word nothing or not nothing. This is why in Zen they say 100,000 knots. To what appearance does the appearance appear to appear to? There is no such thing as emptiness. There is only the perception of emptiness. Emptiness means without. Nisargadattovi Maharádžovi, quote, "The sum total of spirituality is now nothing. Even the word nothing is not there. So there is no spirituality left." Unquote. Something is nothing, and nothing is something. Therefore, the nothing is just as much a thing as the something. Ergo, it needs to be discarded. A man goes to a Zen master and asks, quote, "My friend is always in the emptiness. What should I tell him?" The master replies, "Tell him to give up the emptiness." Question: When I experience the space between two thoughts, or bardo, or nothingness, it always disappears. Why? The space or the bardo is an appearance, and as such is part of the illusion which appears in the waking dream. The appearance of emptiness, blankness, or space is not emptiness, blankness, or space. It is a perception of the emptiness, blankness, or space, and is a perceptual illusion and part of the manifesting void. This is why Lakshman Ju said, quote, "Everything you perceive from one level lower." This is why he called the supreme witness the supreme perceiver. For example, if I say emptiness or space, people experience it like outer space, and they somehow imagine nothing as if it is a thing. Nothingness or emptiness appear as if it is a thing. blankness, nothingness, and even the experience of source or being source or awareness or consciousness is a perceivable or conceivable and is a knowable. The perceptions of emptiness or nothing is just that. It is a perception. Again, Lakshmanju, every time you perceive something, you are perceiving it from one level lower. Since, as Maharaj says, nothing is, then you're not experiencing emptiness or awareness or consciousness. What you are experiencing is your perception of emptiness, or your perception of awareness, or your perception of consciousness. Zen koan, you are not experiencing a bird, you are experiencing your perception of a bird. All perceptions, even emptiness, space, silence, stillness, presence, I am presence, being here now, etc., are all appearances and are all an illusion, or you could say they appear in the dream. Emptiness or nothing or consciousness or awareness are labels placed on that which isn't. Again, this is why Maya means that which isn't. Contemplate Nisargadattovi Maharaj. Nothingness is no more significant to me than dishwater. The emptiness of emptiness. Hint, there is nothing, not even nothingness, prior to the word nothing. Hint, emptiness is not prior to the word emptiness. Bardo after death dissolving. According to Naro, 6 yogas of Naropa, the phenomenological experience of formless clear light appears after dissolving as an aspect of the manifesting void. In this way you can meditate both on the space between two thoughts or the light between two thoughts. This is critical to appreciating Bardo Yoga, which is prior to or without Bardo. In other words, for those who study the Tibetan Book of the Dead, the appearance of light or lights, or any perceivable or conceivable for that matter within the Bardo and the Bardo itself, is part of the illusion. In other words, true Bardo Yoga, in the ultimate sense, is to recognize and not fall into the rabbit hole of Bardo, or that which appears to manifest out of Bardo. Appreciate that both the light, void, or Bardo, as well as the knower or wearer of the lights, or the Bardo, or the void, is part of the illusion. If the knower of the light, or the perceiver of the light is an appearance, is there a knower or perceiver at all? And what is, or is there anything prior to or without the perceiver? And what, if anything, is there prior to the appearance of the perceiver? Hint, Drishti Shrishti Vada. The world is only there because there is a perceiver there to perceive it. And if the perceiver, knower, or wearer is an appearance, then the body. The body is the offering. Shiva Sutras. Preparation 1. 1. Experience the body like the substance of a dream. 6 yogas of Naropa. 2. Experience your body as transparent, like it was made of crystal. 6 yogas of Naropa. 3. Visualize the body as hollow inside, with your skin boundaries transparent. 6 yogas of Naropa. The body, part 2. The body is a name, nama, and a label, nama, for that which isn't. The illusion in all spiritual practice begins with the body. In the initial preparation, the body appears as if the body is made of energy or vibration or light or consciousness or emptiness, etc. However, the body is a byproduct of energy or vibration or light or consciousness or emptiness, etc. By reversing the process, rather than having the body made of energy or vibration or light or consciousness or emptiness, etc., have the body appearing as a condensation or a byproduct of energy or vibration or light or consciousness or emptiness, etc. In other words, be the energy or vibration or light or consciousness or emptiness, etc. Prior to the appearance of the body. Next, have the body appear within or as a condensation of energy or vibration or light or consciousness or emptiness, etc. The body, part 3. Now, as far as transcending and this mind blueprint, which is prior to the body evaporating, the body-mind imagines or believes that it is a person and a doer existing in time and space with a history. The body identity is a mere vehicle, or gets the identity from this etheric blueprint, which carries with it all it imagines itself to be. For some, it reveals itself as an etheric body, which contains the entire associational network, which is not only your entire programming, but also produces a sense of I, self, and all words and concepts which define you and are or is the identity you think you are. This etheric body animates the physical body and gives the body the illusion of volition, choice, and an independent nature that illusions it is. Once or if this blueprint or etheric body evaporates, so does the individual or universal or non-dual self-concept, leaving only, in the immortal words of Suzuki Roshi, the beginner's mind. For the most part, this approach is greatly misunderstood, because this beginner's mind does not suggest having a present time or identity of being here now, or being in present, or in some kind of presence. Rather, once the blueprint or etheric body, which contains all associational networks, is no longer operative, time is no more, and time is transcended as a mere concept. As an important aside, there is nothing you can do about it, because all of this, including the search for some form of enlightenment or realization, either is or is not in the programming of the you call yourself. Appreciating this deconstructs judgment, evaluation, and significance. Contemplate the waking state, and the accompanying waking body gives the perception of a waking dream. But what if the waking state, along with the knower or experiencer or perceiver or awarer, is an appearance? Then what? The indestructible drop and the spark of ignition. The 6 yogas of Naro refers to the indestructible drop. This drop, which seems oddly named and which could be a mistranslation, contains the entire blueprint of the identity you call you or yourself, along with its perceivable and conceivable universe, from its inception as a wave, particle, packet, vibration, etc., through what is perceptually referred to as manifestation. To see this drop is to see the most extraordinarily beautiful thing in your life to the point where all you want to do is look at it, focus on it, meditate it. As an aside, for Plato fans, this drop could, maybe, be likened to Plato's perfect or perfected forms or perfect ideas. The best way to describe the drop is somewhere between a drop and an egg. The top half is usually referred to as blue, but I don't even know how to describe the kind of blue flowing clouds in motion through it. The bottom half is called red, but again, it is such a gorgeous thing that it's difficult to want to take your eyes off of it. Now, as far as the blueprint evaporating, which could appear to some as an etheric body, which contains the entire dissociational network, which is not only your entire programming, but also produces the sense of I, self, and all the words and concepts which define you and are or is the identity you think you are. This etheric body animates the physical body and gives the body the illusion of volition, choice, and an independent nature that imagines, or better said, illusions, that it is. Once, or if this blueprint or etheric body dissolves, so does the individual or universal or non-dual self concept. Beginner's mind. Oftentimes, this approach is greatly misunderstood because the beginner's mind does not suggest having a present time or identity or being here now or being in the present or in some kind of presence. Rather, once the blueprint or etheric body, which contains all associational networks, is no longer operative, time is no more and is transcended as a mere concept. Metaphorically, through movement, Maharaj called movement karma, there is a descent from the absolute to what you could call you, and which appears in the form of a drop or an energy packet or a vibratory resonance. Contained within the energy packet or vibratory resonance is the trajectory and vibratory rate of that energy packet or drop. When that drop, vibration, or energy packet evaporates, liberation ensues. Meditation. 1. Meditate on the drop in the heart, then visualize a candle burning from both sides of the body, head and feet, meeting at the heart where the drop resides. 2. Gradually allow the drop to merge and to be the same substance as the drop in the heart. Next, allow your entire body to dissolve or allow the drop to evaporate. The body as energy. You never perceive or experience energy. You experience your perception of energy. To what appearance does the appearance of the body appear to appear to? To what appearance does the appearance of energy appear to appear to? To what appearance does the appearance of the concept of boundless energy appear to appear to? Metaphorically, we can say that all of what we call bodies are all composed of energy. Quantum, which comes from the word quanta, means energy packet. As an aside, quantum psychology utilized one of the aspects of quantum physics, namely quanta, which is our body as an energy packet, along with the work of the late great David Bohm, Energy, Space, Mass, and Time, and the implicate and explicate order, and of course, John Stuart Bell and Bell's theorem. Meditation. Experience your body as an energy packet, then the knower as an energy packet. This is why the concept of embodiment is such a truthy statement. Truthiness, the mistaken conclusion that because it feels right or seems right, therefore it is right, even though facts show the opposite. Stephen Colbert. Truthiness is similar to a cognitive distortion called emotional reasoning, i.e., it feels like this is the way it is, therefore this is the way it is. Counterintuitively, you can never trust your feelings or experiences, as they are both temporary appearances. The appearance, which appears as an experience known as the I am, presence, the self or silence or beingness, or self as God, or self as source. On what appearance does the appearance appear to appear on? Is there such a thing as I am, beingness, or presence prior to the words I am, beingness, or presence? As an aside, in the 1980s, quantum psychology used to talk about going beyond the no-state state of the non-being being. Simply stated, any being, beingness, is a subtle identity which carries with it the illusion of isness and presence. Isness, beingness, presence, I am, are all red flags that there is still a sense of an illusory self that is appearing. Nisargadattovi Maharádžovi. Presence is part of the I am. The I am concept is presence. That I amness presence should not be there. The non-I amness can only meet the nothingness. Unquote. All experiences require an experiencer. The experience and the experiencer arise and subside, appear and disappear simultaneously. You are neither. The absolute is prior to the meditator and the meditation. The meditator and the object of meditation are appearances, as also are the I am, the beingness, or the experience of presence, silence, and beingness, or being here now. Contemplate. The perceiver and the perceived arise and subside together, or the knower knowing and the known arise and subside together. Contemplate. What, if anything, is prior to the appearance on which the appearance appears? To repeat, what, if anything, is prior to the appearance on which the appearance appears to appear? Question. What is waking up and integration? Waking up is waking up out of this universe or bubble universe, which contains all perceivables and conceivables, including all the portals and its components. Integration is a concept which is perceiver, or better said, appearance dependent, and appears within the dream bubble appearance. Nisargadattovi Maharádžovi. Liberation is liberation from the consciousness. Question. Where do the 8 negations of Nargajuna fit in? The 8 negations of Nargajuna, no coming, no going, no arising, no subsiding, no similarities, no differences, no duality, no unity or non-duality. You could throw in 2 more, no existence, no non-existence, no nothing, no something. Even more clear, there is no such thing as coming, there is no such thing as going, there is no such thing as arising, there is no such thing as subsiding, there is no such thing as similarities, there is no such thing as differences, there is no such thing as duality, there is no such thing as non-duality. You could throw in 8 more. There is no such thing as emptiness, there is no such thing as form, there is no such thing as source, there is no such thing as no source, there is no such thing as existence, there is no such thing as non-existence. There's no such thing as change. There's no such thing as permanency. There's no such thing as movement. There's no such thing as stillness. There's no such thing as appearance. There's no such thing as disappearance. There's no such thing as something. There's no such thing as nothing. There's no such thing as appearing. There is no such thing as disappearing. This is why in puja, worship, we state, without energy, space, mass, solidness or time, distance or location, without forces or fields, without frames of reference or references to frame, without points of view or points to view from, without a no position, a no point of view, without sources, a source point, or a point or points of origination. Next, the sea of existence, non-existence. The sea of existence, non-existence, or all that is an appearance, a perceivable or conceivable. Prior to all that is, the sea of existence, non-existence, is the absolute, which is neither perceivable nor conceivable, nor experienceable, nor knowable, or even beable. You could say the most you can know or know about or be aware of is through the vehicle of perception, for example, a label. In this way, it is through a subtle identity which knows or knows about or is aware or aware of the label called nothingness or awareness or consciousness or any of the other portals. Without the identity or perceptual labels, or without the appearance on which the appearance appears to appear, none of the portals actually are. Even the all that is, or the sea of existence, is still a station. Prior to, or without an identity or perceptual label of the all there is the no awareness, nor consciousness to know or know about. That is why Maharaj said, in the absolute state, I do not even know that I am. The operative word being know. Please note, the absolute has no consciousness, awareness, and there is no such thing as duality, non-duality, or being, or not being, or even the non-being being. For jnanis, on what appearance does the appearance appear to appear on? Meditate. Is there nothing without, prior to, or beyond the word nothing? Contemplations. 1. Causation and beings and energy, space, mass, and time are appearances which appear within the dream. 2. Anything that is seen, heard, felt, and any actions that are perceived or conceived are dream appearances. Contemplate. There is no such thing as inside. There is no such thing as outside. There is no such thing as separation. There is no such thing as oneness. Question. I've been trying to get liberated or enlightened or realized for decades. Why is it not happening? At the deepest recesses of the psyche, there is an equal desire for liberation as there is for bondage. The identity you call yourself is an appearance, a mirage. Nirvana and samsara, as well as liberation and bondage, are all appearances. Without this lens of self or presence or I amness or beingness, how can a body-mind get liberated? Both the body-mind and the lens of presence or stillness or self or witness or aware, etc., can be seen through as being appearances, and the body-mind lens being recognized as an appearance. Otherwise, you will always be trying to liberate a non-existent body, or a non-existent mind, or a non-existent self. Even more entrapping is trying to change or improve a non-existent self. Change or trying to improve a non-existent mind as if this will lead to liberation. All of these attempts are originating and or believing not only that you are the body-mind, but also that you as the body-mind will become enlightened, liberated, or reach nirvana. The body-mind is an appearance. Maya, that which isn't. Being something or becoming something or moving towards becoming something like the Absolute are all concepts. They can never happen because they aren't and you aren't. Question: what then is the purpose and what is to be discarded? I am, fill in the blank, is an identity, and anything after the I am is an appearance to be discarded. This includes I am aware, I am witnessing, etc. There is no purpose. To think that consciousness or awareness or the Absolute has some kind of agenda to know itself is an anthropomorphic projection. Nisargadattovi Maharádžovi, I want to blast all your concepts and put you in the no-concept state. Duality, integration, embodiment, non-duality, and nirvana and samsara are appearances. Even deeper, after the appearance disappears, what is the appearance that the appearance was appearing on? The Absolute, prior to the word absolute, is without characteristics. Contemplate. 1. There is no such thing as duration or linear time. 2. There is no such thing as cause and effect, oftentimes misunderstood as karma. 3. There is no such thing as location. 4. There is no origination or place or space or source or point of origin or origination. 5. Being closer or further away from realization are concepts. 6. There is no such thing as separation, duality or non-duality. 7. There is no such thing as void, stillness, emptiness, light, sound, consciousness, or awareness. They are all states. They are all appearances. Meditate. No samsara, no nirvana. Contemplate. 1. That all experiences are appearances and are unborn or uncreated. 2. During the day, contemplate continually, it's all a dream. 6 yogas of Naropa. It's all an illusion. It's all an appearance. 3. The waking state, the deep sleep state, the dream state are all states, labels. The waking state is merely a label. Delabel. 4. Contemplate the concept of source or being source is an interesting idea, a concept, an appearance. 5. See the universe as if appearing in a crystal ball. 6 yogas of Naropa. 6. Contemplate no one knows why anything happens or why anybody does anything. Meditation. Visualize yourself as an appearance from a magician's trick. which appears and disappears simultaneously. The Vijnana Bhairav, the Spandakarakas. The portal of light. The appearance which appears to appear as a perceiver identity, and the appearance which appears to appear as the portal of light. On what appearance does the appearance of light appear to appear on? On what appearance does the appearance of light appear to appear to? The manifesting void or unmanifesting void is an appearance, and therefore has no awareness, consciousness, knowingness of any kind. The Yoga of the Clear Light. 1. On what appearance does the perceived appearance of light appear to appear to? 2. On what appearance does the perceived identity you call yourself appear to appear to? 3. You can never experience light. You can only experience your perception of light. Initiations take place mostly by sound, like a mantra, and sometimes by light. Enlightenment is realizing that everything is a byproduct of light. Question. In one of your early DVDs by Neti Media, you told the story of Nisargadattovi Maharaj in the late 1970s, initiating you by light. Can you say something about this and how it relates to the Guru, and has it impacted your process? Relatively speaking, the light carried with it intelligence and guidance, and was the guiding light through the last almost 40 years. Please note that I hate using the word intelligence or guidance because they could be misinterpreted in an anthropomorphic way. A true guru is and has been referred to as the light on the path. And whether I knew it or not, that light was behind and guiding me through all of these years. It is extraordinarily humbling to realize that, and the gratitude from the initiation is overwhelming. Paraphrasing Maharaj, the true guru, which is your own self, guides you till the end. This is true. Question. What is the source of this light initiation? Ultimately, there is no source. This experience appears and is perceived through a source or a vehicle, call it Nisargadattovi Maharaj. However, it is a perception. In the final analysis, there is no source. The concept of source, or an original cause or a cause of causes, or a transcendental point of origin, call it God or whatever, is a projection of the cause-effect mind, which anthropomorphically projects a source or a cause of causes or a point of origin on that which isn't. This is not comprehensible by the mind, which attributes causes and sources and points of origin where none exist. The only trap or concern is if the disciple who receives such an initiation continues to imagine the guru in the form of a person, is the initiator, and therefore the person is worshipped, or the experience itself is worshipped. The trap on the guru's side is allowing their students to worship experiences, or to worship them as the absolute. In the final breakdown, not only is there no source, there is no initiator or initiation, or guru or disciple. It is all an appearance. Or, as Maharaj said, it's all an illusion. Again, as an aside, Maharaj never allowed himself to be worshipped. One of the major traps for both a teacher as well as a student is enabling the student to worship a person as source or as being responsible for your realization. Contemplate. Metaphorically, the most subtle form of light or quanta or energy packet contains the seed of the you or I which perceives and conceives the world. 2. Recognize the light in the space between two thoughts. Meditations. 1. Dissolve the body from below and above simultaneously, like a candle burning from both ends. Then dissolve the indestructible drop into the clear light. 6 Yogas of Naropa. 2. Experience the body as light. Dissolve all beings into the clear light and the world into the clear light. The 6 Yogas of Naropa. 3. Now realize that the knower or awarer of the light appears with the light and take the label off of the light. 4. Now, on what appearance did the appearance of light appear to appear on or with? The portal of consciousness and awareness. The appearance which appears to appear and which gets labeled consciousness and or awareness. You can never experience consciousness or awareness. You can only experience your perception of consciousness or awareness. One of the most used metaphors in India was a snake and the rope. A man is walking down the street at night and mistakes a rope lying in the road for a snake and gets scared. Yogaland would say the world is a snake in a rope. In other words, does the snake exist? Obviously not. Now, what part does consciousness and awareness play? Consciousness is that which makes the snake, world, appear, be, and exist. Awareness provides the non-existent snake world a vehicle, namely awareness, to be aware of the snake. It is the 1-2 punch of consciousness and awareness which produces the hallucination of an I, which is aware of, along with the thing that it is aware of, making the snake world appear to be and exist. This is why in the early DVDs by Neti Media, the metaphor of the brain and nervous system omitting emptiness were used. The brain and nervous system metaphors are perceptual and perceiver-dependent abstractions, which are used as metaphors, but not to be believed in. There is no brain and nervous system outside of or without a perceiver or knower or awarer. The brain and nervous system are metaphors. In the same way, there's no such thing as consciousness or awareness. They are pointers, metaphors, which appear and disappear and are not to be believed in. On what appearance does the appearance of awareness appear to? On what appearance does the appearance of consciousness appear to or on? Nisargadattovi Maharaj. Liberation is liberation from the consciousness. Question. I recently took a workshop where the teacher kept saying that since consciousness or awareness is the root and present or presence in all experiences, and that there is no evidence that consciousness or awareness is temporary, yet you say the opposite. Can you explain? First, there is no evidence outside of experience or an experiencer that consciousness or awareness is not temporary. Moreover, since consciousness and awareness are experiences, and all experiences are experiencer or perceiver dependent and are temporary, then both consciousness and awareness are temporary. It is the appearance of consciousness and awareness which contains the appearance of knowingness, which is the glue that holds the hallucination of a snake and a rope together. Even more striking is that spiritual practice and trying to realize the absolute, it gets easy for teachers or students to get stuck in awareness, consciousness, or knowingness, and thus reinforce the perceiver or no self identity and its desire, or what Maharaj called its love to be. Question: is an awareness or consciousness it? No. Awareness and consciousness are appearances which both require an experiencer identity, a perceiver identity, and or a knower identity, and knowingness to know that awareness and consciousness are. Every experience has several component appearances: an experiencer identity or a perceiver identity, and or a knower identity, and the process of knowing, knowingness, and a known and or a perceived. Regarding awareness, you have an awarer, awaring, awareness, and awared. With consciousness, you have consciousness-er, consciousness-ing, consciousness, and a consciousness. All awareness contains all experiences, and all experiences require awareness and consciousness. At the same time, awareness and consciousness are both subtle states of mind and are therefore experiences to be discarded. Awareness is a glue which holds the illusion of wholeness together, making it appear to have an independent existence. Awareness and consciousness both have the capacity to self-reflect, and therefore they give the illusion that they are always conscious, i.e., conscious of itself, or that they are always aware and are aware of awareness itself. Both of these are illusions. Pure awareness and pure consciousness does not reflect, it just is. And as pure consciousness or pure awareness, if you unfuse this associations between awareness or consciousness, or any portal for that matter, the portal falls apart or collapses. Stay in awareness or consciousness without their associations and knowingness, or what you know or know about awareness, and awareness and consciousness both naturally evaporate. Behind which is the nameless absolute prior to the absolute identity. I am defining the absolute identity as that which knows, is aware, or experiences the absolute. In this way, anything which knows or is aware of anything or itself is an identity, as it contains the awareness or consciousness or knowingness component. Consciousness and awareness are appearances and are part of the phenomenological manifestation. Awareness and consciousness are components that hold the appearance together, giving it the illusion of beingness and an independent existence. The nameless absolute is prior to or without the absolute identity, and without the manifesting void or unmanifesting void, and therefore has no awareness, consciousness, or knowingness, or an identity of any kind. This is why Nisargadattovi Maharaj said, in the absolute, I do not even know that I am. Why? Because there is no identity, awareness, consciousness, or knowingness to know or know about the Absolute. In fact, the notion or assumption or conjecture or conclusion of there being an Absolute is an after-the-fact proclamation of the Absolute identity. Prior to the word Absolute, there is no Absolute. Question. In one of the workshops I took, the teacher kept saying that awareness is central to all experiences, and that therefore awareness is the end. You seem to say the opposite. Can you explain? Your question answers itself. Yes, awareness is a central component of all experiences. So what? Moreover, it is a conclusion. Beware of all conclusions. That since awareness is a central component of experience, therefore awareness is the end. There are other components which hold the experience together, and, more importantly, awareness and experiences are both experiences, temporary states that have appeared and will disappear. There is no knowingness of the disappearance of that on which the appearance appeared, because the components of knowing or knowing about, consciousness and awareness, are not there. Trust me on this. Awareness is an appearance. Contemplations. There is no such thing as consciousness or awareness. There is only your perception of consciousness and awareness, which includes the illusion of knowingness of consciousness or awareness. The perceiver and the perceived arise and subside together. The knower knowing and the known arise and subside together. The perceiver identity, which Lakshmanju calls the supreme perceiver rather than the supreme witness, is also an appearance, which has to be there in order for anything to be known or known about or experienced. You could say the supreme perceiver is a no position, a no point of view, a formless self-identity, a no self-identity, which can appear as a vortex or a whirlpool within the appearance of the ocean of existence. The portal of vibration, rhythm, sound, and tone. The appearance that appears to appear as a perceiver-knower identity, and the appearance that appears to appear as an experience labeled vibration, rhythm, tone, and or sound. On what appearance does the appearance of vibration appear to appear to? On what appearance does the appearance of sound appear to appear to? On what appearance does the appearance of rhythm appear to appear on? On what appearance does the appearance of tone appear to appear on? Vibration can yield the seductive illusion that I am that vibration which vibrates the world into existence, or even the conclusion, beware of conclusions, I am both the vibration in the world and not the vibration in the world. The appearance of a perceiver-knower identity and the appearance of vibration contains the experience of vibration and, like the other portals, the illusion of movement. Recall that Nisargadattovi Maharádžovi called karma movement. The appearance of the perceiver-knower identity and the appearance on what is called an experience. These are actually made of one and the same substance. Both appearances appear to appear as separate, and two, because of the illusion of distance and location. As an aside, the belief in or trusting in experience of vibration only yields more experience and desire for more vibration. In the same way, the belief in or trust in knowledge or understanding only yields more knowledge and understanding. Nisargadattovi Maharádžovi, everything you understand through your concepts. Like all states and stations, including consciousness and awareness, with the appearance of the portal of vibration, brings about the experience that everything is vibratory in nature. Moreover, the vibration will appear and give the illusion that there is only one vibration, which metaphorically is vibrating at different rates. The Absolute is beyond or without vibration and vibratory rates, and is beyond or without any portal. Therefore, it is not knowable because there is no knowingness. The Absolute is not awareable because there is no such thing as awareness. And the Absolute is not beable because there's no such thing or no one or nothing to be. Contemplate. Feel the vibration of the physical body. 2. Allow that vibration to spread throughout the entire universe. 3. Then notice that the one doing the process is the same vibration. Then inquire, on what appearance does the appearance of vibration appear to appear on? If the vibration is an appearance, from where, if anywhere, does the vibration appear to appear from? Realize that both the skin boundaries and the universe, and the one doing or being aware of the process, are all vibrations. Contemplate 1. That both sound and vibration are appearances within the dream and are part of the illusion. 2. Visualize yourself as a byproduct appearing out of and made of vibration. On what appearance does the appearance of vibration appear on? Contemplate. The Absolute has nothing to do with vibration. The appearance that appears to appear as the experience called vibration, energy, Shakti, or boundless energy. Shakti is Maya, Baba Prakashananda Maharaj. On what appearance does the appearance of Shakti energy appear to appear? On what appearance does the appearance of vibration or sound or rhythm appear to appear? On what appearance does the appearance of boundless energy appear to appear? The appearance of energy, Shakti, or vibration, or boundless energy contains the experience of energy, Shakti, or vibration, the operative word being experience. As has been mentioned again and again, all experiences are perceiver identity, experiencer dependent. There is no such thing as energy, Shakti, or vibration. There is only your perception and or your knowingness of vibration. What, if anything, is vibration once its meaning and associations are unfused from the word itself? Knowledge is bondage, the Shiva Sutras. Why? Because knowledge, knowing about, and understanding are appearances. Unfuse words so that words, speech, or vibration represent nothing or are appreciated as abstracted representations of something which do not exist. The Absolute, prior to the word absolute, contains no energy, shakti, boundless energy, or vibration. The portal of energy, shakti, boundless energy. On what appearance does the appearance of energy or shakti or boundless energy appear to appear on? There's no such thing as energy or boundless energy. There is only the perception which contains the knowledge, concepts, knowingness of and about the concept of energy. What, if anything, is vibration or abundant energy without the perceiver or knower or awarer? Notice that the perceiver can also be experienced as silence or beingness. Contemplate, meditate. 1. The experience of the Absolute is not the Absolute. 2. Without a perceiver or an identity and its knowingness, there is neither the Absolute nor not absolute. 3. Without existence and without non-existence, are you? All insights and understandings are appearances, abstracted representations of things which do not exist other than as labels. It is the absolute identity which might contain or have rationale, motivations, intentions, desires, need to completion, or desire to realize itself. The Absolute, prior to the word absolute or label absolute, has no rationale, motivations, intentions, desires, need for completion, need to learn lessons, balance karma, or any desire to realize itself. It is the absolute identity which realizes it is the Absolute. The Absolute does not have any such realization or knowingness. The Absolute, prior to the word absolute, is without energy, space, mass, time, distance, or location. Therefore, there is no experience of past, present, and future. Past, present, and future are appearances that appear on or to the Absolute identity. Prior to or without the Absolute identity is the nameless Absolute, which is without the Absolute. Ironically, Maya means that which isn't. The nameless Absolute can be described as that which isn't. The inner and outer world, as well as the perceiver of both, are spontaneous appearances, without a cause, and are unborn, and have no place, location, point of origin, and is without location, does not have a point of origination, and has no source. The Absolute is without reason or purpose, and the Absolute is without the concept of karma. Nothing is originated. Nisargadattovi Maharádžovi, there is no karma, movement, in the state of Parabrahman. There is no point of origination. There is no such thing as creation, destruction, or appearances. Everything is uncreated and unborn. Nisargadattovi Maharádžovi, you are the child of a barren woman. All understandings and practices and all dharmas require a perceiver, knower, awarer, and are appearances along with the perceiver identity. Experiences and understandings that come from spiritual practice are states and are derived from spiritual practice and are appearances. Ergo, all dharmas are appearances. Realize all dharmas are dreamlike. They have no existence outside of the dream. The Buddha, quote, forsake all dharmas, unquote. Consciousness and awareness are labels placed on that which is not. Even the subtle state of being aware, is a subtle state of mind to be discarded. The absolute, prior to the word absolute, is unoriginated, free of meaning, beyond all words and expression. The absolute prior to the word absolute is without thinking or experiencing, without mind and intelligence, no feeling, no sensation, no ideation, no sense of self, no karmic impulse, so no incarnation, no consciousness, so no delusion, no acceptance, no rejection, no desire, no attachment, no prior to, no good or bad, no evolution, no self-consciousness, no sense of I or I am, without location, without linearity, without cause and effect, without a point of origination, without mind or no mind. Every state or station is an appearance and gives the illusion of having a location or center or point of origination, and appears as having a cause or source or being a source. To cut to the chase, if there is a location, a center, an appearance, the appearance of a source or a cause, then it is an appearance. All states are uncreated, uncaused, and unborn, and are without a purpose, reason, or logic. All states are uncaused, uncreated, unborn, and are without a purpose, reason, or logic. All stations have no location, no reason, are uncreated, and are not the source of, nor the effect of a source. Even the absolute prior to the word absolute, which is unknowable, unbeable, unattainable, is causeless. This is beyond the mind, which attributes cause and effect, source and a location, to all that appears to be. Contemplate. Causation and beings, and distance and energy, space, mass, and time, all appear. However, they appear within the dream, which has no dreamer. Contemplate. There is no such thing as inside. There is no such thing as outside. There is no such thing as separation. There is no such thing as oneness. To what appearance does the appearance of duality appear to? To what appearance does the appearance of non-duality appear to? Contemplate, meditate. Emptiness means without. The emptiness of emptiness. Contemplations. There's no such thing as light. There is only your perception or knowingness of light. Contemplate. Without a purpose nor no purpose, without an I am, without a point of view or point of view from, without a source or source point or point of origination. Contemplations. Being something or becoming something or moving towards becoming something, the absolute, are all concepts. They can never happen because you aren't and they aren't. As the absolute, there is no absolute. Contemplate that the waking state, the deep sleep state, the dream state are appearances within the dream. without the appearance of portals, Maya, that which isn't. As a cautionary note, oftentimes a portal can mistakenly be confused as being the absolute. All portals, spiritual paths, and spiritual experiences are appearances and are labels which appear to appear in the dream illusion. Eventually and spontaneously and without you doing anything, the appearance of portals and experiences dissolve or evaporate. Without these portals is the absolute, the nameless absolute, that. There is no absolute prior to the word absolute. There is no that prior to or without the word that. The Practice Revisited, November 9th, 2016. Ideally, to be listened to before going to bed. 1. Lying down at bedtime as you're falling asleep, and to be continued whenever waking up throughout the night. 2. Upon waking up, and/or 3. As a prelude to meditation. Introductory mantras. Om, that, Lord of Lords, all there is, Lord Krishna, Baba Nityananda, Nisargadattovi Maharádžovi. Om Shri Prakashanandaya Namaha. Om Lord Buddha Namaha. Om Nargajuna Namaha. Om Naropa Namaha. Nisargadattovi Maharádžovi. See the world as a dream and have done with it. Drishti Shushti Vada. The world is only there as long as there's an I there to perceive it. A perceiver identity to perceive it. Buddha, there is no world. Nisargadattovi Maharádžovi, it's all an illusion. The knower of the illusion, the aware of the illusion, the witness of the illusion is part of the illusion. The knower of the dream, the aware of the dream, the witness of the dream is part of the dream. The I am is an appearance. The body is a perception, an appearance. Beingness is an appearance. The body is an appearance. The evaporation of the portals, the end of the game. Without energy or no energy, without space or no space, without time or no time, without solidness or no solidness, without distance or no distance, without location or no location, without consciousness nor no consciousness, without awareness nor no awareness, without emptiness nor no emptiness, without vibration nor no vibration, without light nor no light. Consciousness is an appearance. The perceiver of consciousness is in the dream. The knower of consciousness is in the mirage. The observer of consciousness is in the illusion. The witness of consciousness is an appearance. Energy is an appearance which appears to appear. Energy is a phenomenological appearance. Energy is part of the illusion. Energy is part of the mirage. Energy is part of the dream. The perceiver of energy is part of the illusion. The knower of energy is a mirage. The observer of energy is part of the dream. The witness of energy is an appearance. The appearance of emptiness. Emptiness is a phenomenological appearance. Emptiness is part of the illusion. Emptiness is part of the mirage. Emptiness is part of the dream. Emptiness appears to a perceiver, knower, or witness within the context of an emptiness bubble. The emptiness appears to appear within a bubble realm or universe only. The emptiness appears within a dream bubble only. Emptiness is an appearance which appears to appear. Emptiness is part of the illusion. Emptiness is part of the dream. Emptiness is an appearance which appears to appear. Breaking through the awareness bubble. Awareness is an appearance which appears to appear. The bubble of awareness. Awareness appears to appear to a perceiver, knower, or witness. Awareness appears to appear within a bubble realm or universe only. The experience of awareness appears to appear within a bubble realm only. Awareness is an appearance which appears to appear. Awareness is an illusion. Awareness is part of the dream. The 6 yogas of Naro, the dream yoga. See the dream as dream. See the dream as dream. See the dream as dream. See the world as dream. See the world as dream. See the world as dream. The perceiver and knower of the dream and the world are all appearances. The perceiver or knower of the concept of change and permanency and the dream and the world are all appearances. See the world as a label placed on that which isn't. See the world as a label placed on that which isn't. See the world as a label placed on that which isn't. Consciousness is a label placed on that which isn't. Consciousness is a label placed on that which isn't. Consciousness is a label placed on that which isn't. Consciousness and the perceiver or knower of consciousness, the dream in the world, and the consciousness itself are appearances which appear to appear. Light is an appearance that appears to appear, partially from the 6 yogas of Nara, the clear light yoga. See the dream as light. See the dream as light. See the dream as light. See the world as light. See the world as light. See the world as light. See the perceiver or knower of light, the dream in the world, and the light itself are all appearances. The bardo space stillness is an appearance. See the world, the bardo space stillness, as light. See the world as bardo space stillness, as an appearance. The perceiver or knower of beingness, of the space, stillness, and the bardo, and the stillness, and the perceiver itself are appearances. The emptiness is an appearance which appears to appear. See the world as emptiness. See the world as emptiness. See the world as emptiness. The perceiver or knower of the emptiness, the dream and the world, and the emptiness itself are all appearances which appear to appear. The void is an appearance which appears to appear. The void is an appearance which appears to appear. The void is an appearance which appears to appear. See the world as void. The perceiver or knower of the void, the dream, the world, and the perceiver, beingness, or that on which the appearance appears to appear, and the knower and the void itself are all appearances. Awareness is an appearance that appears to appear. Awareness is an appearance that appears to appear. Awareness is an appearance that appears to appear. See the world as awareness. See the world as awareness. See the world as awareness. The perceiver or knower of awareness, the world, the dream, and awareness itself are all appearances that appear to appear. Awareness is a label placed on that which isn't. Consciousness is a label placed on that which isn't. That on which awareness appears to appear is part of the illusion. That on which awareness appears to appear is in the dream. That on which awareness appears to appear is in the mirage. That on which awareness appears to appear, along with awareness itself, is Maya. That which isn't and is an illusion. The witness, beingness, observer are all appearances which appear to appear. The witness, beingness, observer, the dream, and the world are all appearances which appear to appear. The witness or observer of the concept of change and permanency, and the dream and the world, and that which appears to appear, are all appearances, and are that which isn't. Consciousness is an appearance that appears to appear. Consciousness and the witness, beingness, observer of consciousness, the dream and the world, and that on which appearances appear to appear on, are all appearances, and are that which isn't. The witness, beingness, observer of light, the dream and the world, and the light itself, and that on which appearances appear to appear on, are all appearances, and are that which isn't. The witness or observer or beingness of the bardo or space or stillness, and the perceiver knower of the beingness or space or silence, are all appearances that appear to appear. The witness, the beingness, and the observer are all appearances which appear to appear. The witness, beingness, observer, the dream, and the world are appearances that appear to appear. The witness or observer of the concept of change and permanency, and the dream and the world are all appearances that appear to appear, and are that which isn't. Consciousness is an appearance which appears to appear. Consciousness and the witness, beingness, observer of consciousness, the dream and the world, and that on which appearances appear, are all appearances that appear to appear, and are that which isn't. The witness, the beingness, the observer of light, the dream and the world, and the light itself, and that on which appearances appear to appear on, are all appearances that appear to appear, and are that which isn't. The witness or observer or beingness of the bardo or space or stillness, and the perceiver knower of the beingness or space or silence, are all appearances that appear to appear. The beingness, witness, or observer of the emptiness, the dream, and the world, and the emptiness are all appearances that appear to appear. The witness or observer or beingness, perceiver or knower of awareness, the world, the witness, the observer, the dream, and awareness itself are all appearances that appear to appear. The witness or observer or beingness or perceiver or knower of change and permanency, and the perceiver and knower of the mind are all concepts, and are all appearances that appear to appear. The perceiver or knower of consciousness, and consciousness itself, and the mind, are all appearances. The perceiver or knower of light, and the light itself, and the mind, are all appearances that appear to appear. The witness or observer of beingness, or perceiver or knower of emptiness, and the emptiness itself and the mind are all concepts and are all appearances that appear to appear. The witness or observer or beingness, perceiver or knower of the void, and the void itself and the mind are all appearances that appear to appear. The perceiver or knower of the bardo, stillness, silence, or space, and the mind are all appearances that appear to appear. The witness or observer or beingness, or the perceiver or knower of awareness, and awareness itself are all appearances that appear to appear. Awareness is a label placed on that which isn't. The perceiver or knower and the perception or known, and color, light, and sound, and vibration are all appearances that appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. The witness or observer or beingness, or the perceiver and the perception, the knower and the known, and energy, space, solidness, time, are all appearances that appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. The witness or observer or beingness, or the perceiver or knower, and the perception and the known, distance, location, along with the concepts of existence and non-existence and dimensions, are all appearances, abstracted representations of things which do not exist. They are all appearances that appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. The dream, the world, and the perceiver or knower, and all states are knowns, and are all appearances that appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. The perceiver of change or permanency, and the perceiver or knower, and all states or knowns, are all appearances that appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. Consciousness, the witness or observer or beingness, or the perceiver or knower of consciousness, and the consciousness itself, and all perceptions and states are knowns, and are appearances that appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. Light, the witness or observer or beingness, or the perceiver or knower of light, and the light itself, and all perceptions, states, are knowns, are all appearances that appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. The emptiness, the witness or observer or beingness, perceiver or knower of emptiness, and the emptiness itself, and all perceptions and states are knowns, and are all appearances that appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. The void, the witness or observer or beingness, perceiver or knower of the void, and the void itself, and all perceptual states are knowns, are all appearances that appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. The bardo, stillness, the silence, and the witness or observer or beingness of the perceiver or knower of bardo, silence, stillness, and all perceptions and states are knowns, and are stations, and are appearances that appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. Awareness and the witness or observer or beingness, perceiver or knower of awareness, and awareness itself are knowns, and states are all appearances that appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. The witness of the dream, the world, and the universe, and all states are knowns, and are all appearances that appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. The witness and the witness of change or permanency in all states, including change and permanency, are knowns, and are appearances that appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. The witness and the witness of consciousness and the consciousness itself, and all states are knowns, are all appearances that appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. The witness and the witness of light and the light itself and states are all knowns, and are all appearances that appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. The witness and the witness of the emptiness and the emptiness itself, and all states are knowns, are all appearances that appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. The witness of the Buddha realms, all lokas, the bardo, the stillness, the silence, and the multiverse and hyperspace, sometimes referred to as bulk, all are states, and are all knowns, and are all appearances that appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. The witness and the witness of the void, along with the witness and the awareness itself, are all states, and are all knowns, appearances appearing on that which isn't, labels appearing on that which isn't. The dream, the world, the perceiver of the dream and the world, and all perceivables and conceivables are appearances, labels appearing on that which isn't. The concept of change and permanency, and the perceiver of the concept of change and permanency, and all perceivables and conceivables are appearances which appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. Consciousness and the witness or observer or beingness or the perceiver of consciousness, and all perceivables and conceivables are appearances which appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. Light and the perceiver of light and all perceivables and conceivables are appearances which appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. Emptiness and the witness or observer or beingness or perceiver of the emptiness and all perceivables and conceivables are appearances which appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. The void and the witness or observer or beingness or the perceiver of the void and all perceivables and conceivables are appearances which appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. Awareness and the witness or observer or beingness or the perceiver or knower of awareness and all perceivables and conceivables are appearances which appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. Awareness and the witness or observer or beingness or the perceiver or knower of awareness and all perceivables and conceivables are appearances which appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. The state of being aware of being aware is an appearance which appears to appear. The state of being aware is an appearance which appears to appear. The state of being aware is an appearance which appears to appear. The state of being present, the state of presence, beingness, silence, stillness, and I am, are all appearances which appear to appear. The state of being present, the state of presence, beingness, silence, stillness, and I am, are all appearances which appear to appear. The state of being present, the state of presence, beingness, silence, stillness, and I am, are all appearances which appear to appear. The consciousness that is aware of the dream, and the world, and the consciousness itself, and all perceivables and conceivables, are appearances which appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. The consciousness that is aware of change and permanency, and the consciousness itself, and all perceivables and conceivables, are appearances which appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. The consciousness that is aware of the consciousness, and all perceivables and conceivables, are appearances which appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. The consciousness that is aware of the light, and the consciousness, and all perceivables and conceivables, are appearances which appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. The consciousness that is aware of consciousness, and the consciousness itself, and all perceivables and conceivables, are appearances, labels appearing on that which isn't. The consciousness that is aware of consciousness, and the consciousness itself, and all perceivables and conceivables, are appearances which appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. The consciousness that is aware of emptiness, and the emptiness itself, and the consciousness and the awareness itself, and all perceivables and conceivables, are appearances which appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. The consciousness that is aware of the void, and the consciousness and the awareness itself, and all perceivables and conceivables, are appearances which appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. The consciousness that is aware of the bardo, space, silence, or stillness, and the consciousness and the awareness itself, are all perceivables and conceivables, are appearances which appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. The consciousness that is aware of the awareness, and awareness itself, and consciousness itself, and all perceivables and conceivables, are appearances which appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. The consciousness that is aware of the awareness itself, and awareness itself, and consciousness itself, are all perceivables and conceivables, are appearances which appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. See the world as dream, see the world as dream, see the world as dream. See the universe as dream, see the universe as dream, see the universe as dream. The awareness that's aware of the dream, the world, the universe, and awareness itself are appearances which appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. The awareness that's aware of the concept of change, and the concept of permanency, and the dream, and the world, and the universe, and awareness itself, and all perceivables and conceivables, are appearances which appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. The awareness that's aware of the concept of change and the concept of permanency, and the dream, the world, and the universe, and awareness itself, and all perceivables and conceivables, are appearances which appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. See the world as consciousness, see the world as consciousness, see the world as consciousness, see the universe as consciousness, see the universe as consciousness, see the universe as consciousness. The awareness that's aware of the consciousness, the world, the dream, the universe, and awareness itself are appearances which appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. See the world as light, see the world as light, see the world as light. See the universe as light, see the universe as light, see the universe as light. The awareness that's aware of the light, the dream, the world, the universe, and awareness itself are appearances which appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. See the world as emptiness, see the world as emptiness, see the world as emptiness. See the universe as emptiness, see the universe as emptiness, see the universe as emptiness. The awareness that's aware of the emptiness, the dream, the world, the universe, the emptiness itself, and awareness itself are appearances which appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. The awareness that's aware of the void, the dream, the world, the universe, and the void itself, and awareness itself are appearances which appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. See the universe as a bardo realm or loka or bubble universe. See the universe as a bardo realm or loka or bubble universe. See the universe as a bardo realm or loka or bubble universe. The awareness that's aware of the bardo realm, bubble universe or loka, the dream, the world, the universe, and awareness itself are appearances which appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. See the world as awareness, see the world as awareness, see the world as awareness. See the universe as awareness, see the universe as awareness, see the universe as awareness. The awareness that's aware of the dream, the world, the universe, and awareness itself are appearances which appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. Without the concept of time, there's no such thing as before or beginning. There's no such thing as during. There's no such thing as after. There's no such thing as present time or presence. Or there's no such thing as beyond. There's no such thing as a first cause. There's no such thing as an origination. There is no such thing as transcending. That which is aware of the waking state itself, the dream state, the world, the universe, and awareness and consciousness itself are all appearances, labels appearing on that which isn't. That which is aware of the dream state itself, the dream, the world, the universe, and awareness and consciousness itself are all appearances which appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. That which is aware of the deep sleep state, the dream state, the world, the universe, and awareness and consciousness itself are all appearances which appear to appear, labels appearing on that which isn't. That which is aware of the Turiya witness state, the dream state, the world, the universe, and awareness and consciousness itself are all appearances that appear to appear. Nisargadattovi Maharádžovi. It's all an illusion. It's all an illusion. It's all an illusion. No coming, no going. No arising, no subsiding. No similarities, no differences. No duality, no unity or non-duality. Nagarjuna. You could throw in two more. No existence, no non-existence. No nothing, no something. Even more clear. There is no such thing as coming. There is no such thing as going. There is no such thing as arising. There is no such thing as subsiding. There is no such thing as similarities. There is no such thing as differences. There is no such thing as duality. There is no such thing as unity or non-duality. You could throw in 6 more. There's no such thing as emptiness. There's no such thing as form. There's no such thing as change. There's no such thing as permanency. There's no such thing as source. There's no such thing as no source. There's no such thing as existence. There's no such thing as non-existence. There's no such thing as something. There's no such thing as nothing. There's no such thing as appearing. There's no such thing as disappearing. Without boundaries and distance between void or bubble universes, ergo, interpenetrating dimensions and universes. The search for enlightenment is a search for pleasure and is like seeking water in a mirage. The search for enlightenment is an appearance which appears to appear within the dream. You are not here now, present, or here at all. You just think you are. You are not. And all perceivables and conceivables, from the perceptual concept of boundless energy to the perceptual experiential concept of space, solidness, and time, to the perceptual experiential concept of enlightenment, awakening, and realization. These states and experiences are appearances which appear to appear in the temporary state known or called the waking state. Any experience that appears to appear appears in the waking state. The waking state, which is a state, the dream state, which is a state, the deep sleep state, which is a state, are all appearances. All experiences appear in the temporary waking state. Therefore, all states which appear in the waking state, along with the waking state, are to be discarded. The concept of mind is a concept, an appearance. The witness, beingness, observer, perceiver, or knower of the dream, the world, and the mind, and the ego are all perceptions and are all appearances appearing to appear to or on that which isn't. All appearances appear to appear on that which isn't. All appearances appear to appear on that which isn't. All appearances appear to appear on that which isn't. There is no that which isn't. There is no that which isn't. There is no that which isn't. The appearance that appears to appear as the witness, awarer, knower, etc. To what appearance does the appearance of the witness appear to appear to? On what appearance does the appearance of the witness appear to appear on? To what appearance does the appearance of the awarer appear to appear to? On what appearance does the appearance of the awarer appear to appear on? To what appearance does the appearance of the perceiver appear to appear to? On what appearance does the appearance of the perceiver appear to appear on? To what appearance does the appearance of the knower appear to appear to? On what appearance does the appearance of the knower appear to appear on? To what appearance does the appearance of the observer appear to appear to? On what appearance does the appearance of the observer appear to appear on? To what appearance does the appearance of the consciousness appear to? On what appearance does the appearance of a consciousness earth appear on? To what appearance does the appearance of the seer appear to? On what appearance does the appearance of the seer appear on? To what appearance does the appearance of the hearer appear to? On what appearance does the appearance of the hearer appear on? To what appearance does the appearance of the feeler appear to? On what appearance does the appearance of the feeler appear on? To what appearance does the appearance of the understander appear to? On what appearance does the appearance of the understander appear on? To what appearance does the appearance of the thinker appear to? On what appearance does the appearance of the thinker appear on? Enlightenment is an appearance. The search for enlightenment or realization is the search for an appearance which appears to appear on that which isn't. There is no that which isn't. The one seeking enlightenment or realization is an appearance which appears to appear on that which isn't. There is no that which isn't. The knower, perceiver, or wearer that knows, perceives, or is aware of enlightenment or realization is an appearance which appears to appear on that which isn't. There is no that which isn't. The dream is over. Nisargadattovi Maharaj, quote, "Later I understood the meaning of spirituality and came to the conclusion that it is as discardable as dishwater. Therefore, I am in no way concerned with spirituality." Unquote. To all my gurus, teachers, and mentors, with undying gratitude, love, and devotion. To Avahut Nityananda, to Sri Nisargadattovi Maharaj, to Baba Prakashananda Maharaj, to Lord Krishna, to the Mahasiddha Naropa. And so you see I have come to doubt all that I once held as true. I stand alone without beliefs. The only truth I know is you. And as I watch the drops of rain weave their weary paths and die, I know that I am like the rain. There for the grace of you go I.